Welcome to tonight's bedtime sleep narration, where we'll transport ourselves back in time to the medieval era with a dash of humor and a pinch of wistfulness. Hey there, it's time to get comfy. Dim the lights, pull up that warm blanket, maybe put on a fan for that soothing background hum, anything that makes you feel snug. Now let me whisper in your ear. Being a medieval peasant wasn't all it was cracked up to be. In fact, it was downright dreadful. Imagine waking up before dawn every day to work the land under the watchful eye of some lord or lady who didn't really care about your well-being. Your days would be filled with back-breaking labor and endless chores, not exactly the stuff dreams are made of. So take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin our journey into the world of medieval peasants. Let their struggles lull you into a peaceful slumber tonight. You wake up to a chilly spring morning, your bed creaking beneath you as you stir. The thatched roof of your hut lets in a gentle trickle of light, casting shadows on the earthen floor. You've slept fitfully, haunted by the memory of last night's meager dinner, stale bread and thin soup made from scraps of vegetables. Your stomach growls softly. You swing your legs over the side of the bed, feeling the cold wooden frame beneath you. The hut is a simple structure, with walls constructed from wattle and daub, a mixture of mud, water, and straw that provides a rough barrier against the elements. You've learned to live with its creaks and groans. It's been your home for as long as anyone can remember. As you stand up, the wooden floorboards beneath your feet protest the weight. The hut is small, but there's enough room for you to move about without bumping into anything, except on rare occasions when the wind blows strong and the roof creaks ominously. You've grown accustomed to its quirks. It's a part of daily life. You shuffle over to the fire pit in the center of the hut, where yesterday's embers still smolder. The air inside is thick with smoke, which clings to your clothes like an unwelcome companion. Your eyes water slightly as you stir the ashes, hoping for any scraps that might have been left behind. You've learned not to get too optimistic. It's rare for anything more substantial than ash and dust to remain from a previous meal. You glance outside at the dull gray sky where clouds drift lazily by. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Spring is still in its early stages. Winter's chill has yet to fully release its grip on the land. You can see your breath as you exhale, a minor miracle considering how rarely you get to enjoy fresh air. Your gaze wanders back inside, where the shadows cast by the remaining light make it difficult to discern what you're doing. You fumble about, searching for any hint of breakfast, though you've long since abandoned hope that there will be anything substantial beyond bread and maybe some scraps of vegetables if you're lucky. The cupboard is bare. Yesterday's meager rations were all that remained from a previous harvest. You start to rummage through the chest where your grandmother used to keep spices, now mostly empty except for a few scattered remnants. A pinch of salt, some dried thyme, and a small vial of vinegar, a luxury item reserved for special occasions. Your fingers brush against a small wooden spoon buried beneath the layers. It's one you've kept since childhood, passed down from your mother. The air inside begins to clear as morning progresses, but the thick haze that clings to everything lingers. You know better than to expect much of anything, least of all clean air or an uneventful day. Your life has taught you patience. It's a virtue acquired through necessity rather than natural inclination. You glance over at the doorframe where your younger brother, Guillaume, slept last night. He stirred in his sleep as morning light crept into the hut, but he hasn't woken yet, or maybe he simply chose not to. You chuckle softly. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether that quietness is a response to tiredness or reluctance. You move away from the fire pit and head towards the small door leading out of your home. The sound of clucking hens wafts in, accompanied by the soft rustling of straw as they shift about on their roosting bars outside the hut's side wall, another constant reminder that life goes on despite its many hardships. You open the creaky wooden latch and let it swing shut behind you, revealing a narrow path leading out into the village. The sky lightens slightly. Though it won't be an overcast day, there's still enough cloud cover to make everything feel dull and muted, like life itself is in need of some sort of gentle awakening. Your feet carry you along the dusty road as you move towards your family's small garden plot on the outskirts of the village. It's early morning, most people are still inside their homes, huddled over breakfasts that will doubtless be similar to yours, bread and thin broth. The few villagers who have risen earlier than you, mostly elderly women with nothing better to do at this hour, move about in a state of quiet purpose. You notice one particularly stooped figure approaching from the opposite direction. It's the village elder, Jean-Baptiste, carrying his walking stick as he makes his way towards your garden. His eyes are already on yours. You sense that something is amiss by the faint crease between them, though what it might be remains to be seen. He approaches quietly, taking in the state of your family's plot with a practiced eye. The soil beneath looks dry and cracked, an indication that winter has indeed hung on longer than expected. Your father would have been here tending to this land. Without him, you're left wondering whether there will even be enough for all of you come harvest time. The elder nods at you almost imperceptibly as he surveys the area around your plot's fence posts where wildflowers bloom in a patchwork of color. He pauses for a moment before moving closer to examine some particularly withered stalks, which appear to have succumbed to frost damage or maybe simply lack enough water. What happened here? Jean-Baptiste asks softly as he bends down beside the dead vegetation. His words carry on the morning air. It's an unspoken rule that disputes are better conducted quietly so neighbors nearby won't get wind of them, though today seems different somehow. Perhaps because you're aware this conversation will revolve around something specific. You pause to take in what Jean-Baptiste is examining before responding. The soil beneath your feet feels dry and cracked. The frost has been more severe than usual this year. You shrug slightly, unsure how much of it's due to weather or lack of proper tending, though there hasn't been anyone around to tend it properly. Jean-Baptiste straightens up slowly before moving closer towards you with a curious expression. You know, he says quietly as the morning light catches his eyes in a way that makes them appear almost sorrowful. Sometimes I think these things are not just problems of soil and weather, but signs and portents of what's to come. He pauses then. It seems there was more he wanted to say but hesitated. Perhaps this is simply an old man lost in thought or concern for your family's struggles. You watch as Jean-Baptiste returns his gaze towards the garden, taking a deep breath before speaking again. We should talk about this later with your mother and father if they were here. There's something almost resigned to his tone. Perhaps it's just a side effect of living so long in these conditions. The air seems heavy now as you stand there in contemplation. Jean-Baptiste breaks the silence by nodding towards a nearby stump that still bears charred marks from last autumn's harvest. By any chance, have you managed to make use of those stumps for breakfast? You pause slightly at his question before responding quietly. They're mostly ash and old wood now, there's not much left. Your eyes drift back up towards the elder as he looks down once more. For a moment, there's only silence between you two. You realize that Jean-Baptiste is waiting on your response, or perhaps hoping it will magically provide an answer to all their troubles. As you sit by the fire, trying to muster up a response for Jean-Baptiste's inquiry, your mind begins to wander back to the events of that morning. The day had started like any other in this small village, with the sound of clucking chickens and bleating goats mingling with the low murmur of conversation from the nearby cottages. You rise from your chair, stretching your arms above your head as you make your way over to the window. The sky outside is a deep shade of gray, with clouds that seem to cling to the horizon like wet rags. It's been this color for weeks now, a constant reminder that spring has yet to arrive in full force. You gaze out at the fields beyond the village, where rows upon rows of winter wheat stand tall and still, their frozen stalks glistening with dew. Your stomach growls softly as you ponder what you'll have for dinner tonight. With luck, it might be a thin stew made from scraps of last night's leftovers, perhaps some stale bread to mop up the juices. The prospect isn't exactly thrilling, but at least it's something edible. As you turn away from the window and head back towards the fire, your gaze falls upon Jean-Baptiste's letter, which still lies on the table where you left it. With a sigh, you settle into your chair once more, taking up the quill to begin your response. Your hand moves slowly across the parchment as you scratch out words in a cramped script, trying not to think too much about what Jean-Baptiste's reaction will be when they receive their news, for that's all it can truly be called. News. News of another poor harvest, or perhaps the loss of yet another family member. You pause mid-sentence as you listen for sounds from outside. The village is stirring now, more people are up and about, beginning their daily routines. There's a faint scent carried on the breeze that makes your stomach turn. It's the smell of waste being emptied into the nearby ditch. You try to ignore it and focus instead on the scratching sound coming from next door. Old Mistress Lafleur is at work again, whittling away at her wooden spoons, no doubt trying to make a few extra coins for when the winter comes. Her fingers move with a precision born of years spent doing this very same task. You can almost hear the soft thud-thud as she shapes each spoon into its final form. Your thoughts drift back to your own work or lack thereof. It's been days since you finished tending to your master's garden, and while there was some progress made, the daffodils are finally blooming. It's not enough to guarantee a decent harvest come autumn. The memory of those bulbs bursting forth from the earth brings a faint sense of hope, but only faint. You push aside your unease for now, focusing instead on finishing that letter. Your hand moves more quickly as you write out Jean-Baptiste's name and title, Lord this and Master that, followed by a brief summary of what little news there is from around these parts. It's also routine, the kind of thing that passes without notice most days. As you finish writing, your stomach growls once more in protest at its emptiness. You realize it's almost time for dinner, and probably not worth risking a trip into town just yet, besides which, what would be the point? Perhaps you can scrounge up something from last night. If nothing else, that stale bread will have to do. The hours tick by in this manner, slowly as they always seem to. You find yourself glancing at Jean-Baptiste's letter one more time before tucking it away into a small chest near the fire. It won't be opened for days yet. It occurs to you that perhaps you should take a walk outside while dinner cooks. Get some fresh air in your lungs, clear your head. The sun is beginning its descent now. Shadows stretch out across the room like dark tentacles. You can hear Mistress Lafleur's daughter singing softly from next door, her voice like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. And the world feels still, untroubled by worry or care for at least this one moment. You slip on your cloak and make your way out into the evening air, taking in the sounds of the village. Children laughing, an old dog barking somewhere in the distance, water splashing as someone hauls it from the nearby well. The smell of roasting meat wafts through the streets. One of the local cooks is burning some sort of fowl over a small fire. Your stomach growls louder now, but you savor each breath of fresh air, this respite from the drudgery that fills most days. For tonight at least, life feels manageable. You follow the scent of roasting meat to its source. An old cart set up near the town square, where a lone vendor has spread out his wares for all to see, some vegetables, bread, and dried fish. It's not much, just another day in this endless cycle, but there is something about seeing people gathered together that puts things into perspective. You watch as they haggle over prices, their voices rising in a pleasant cacophony. There's an old man trying to sell some kind of herb. He insists it'll cure the plague, while near him stands a young woman enthusiastically extolling the virtues of her family's farm-produced cheese. As you stand there taking it all in, your gaze falls upon something peculiar. A small barrel marked with the words Almshouse Ale, an offering from one of the local churches. The price seems extortionate, 3 pennies for just enough to fill a clay jug, but perhaps that's not the point. People gather round the cart, their faces lighting up at the mention of free ale from the almshouse. You notice they're all dressed in what can only be described as their Sunday best, fine wool and linen fabrics on display, even if it is just to watch some poor soul drink away his troubles at a steep price. The vendor hands out clay jugs one by one, taking payment with an air of importance that's almost palpable. As the line shortens, you manage to squeeze in at the back, handing over 3 small coins for what feels like far too much. As the jar is filled and sealed, you can hear the satisfying thud as it hits the ground. A young monk steps forward with a solemn expression, his eyes shining with an almost fanatical zeal. This, he declares, holding aloft a nearby jug of ale, is not just any drink. This is almshouse ale, the finest brew in all Christendom. He hands over your clay vessel, which you gingerly lift to your lips. There's something strange about watching people like this, they seem so hopeful. The liquid within tastes vaguely of barley and perhaps a hint of honey, though that might just be wishful thinking on your part. The crowd disperses slowly as the evening wears on, but not before someone starts singing an off-key rendition of O Magnum Mysterium in a voice like a creaking door. As you take another sip carefully, it's far stronger than expected. You can't help but wonder, what exactly is this almshouse ale supposed to accomplish? Is it meant as some sort of communal solace, or merely an excuse for people to gather and pretend at joy? Perhaps it's a bit of both. Whatever the reason, you feel your eyes growing heavy, not just from fatigue, you've been on your feet all day, but also because, well, why shouldn't things be this way? You take another sip of almshouse ale before realizing that maybe it wouldn't hurt to save some for later. That thought lingers like the scent of roasting meat as you make your way back home through the quieting streets, eventually finding yourself settled once more by the fire, pen in hand. The hours tick on slowly now. Twilight gives way to stars twinkling like ice chips scattered across a vast expanse. You glance at Jean-Baptiste's letter one last time before setting it aside for another day. After all, what's done cannot be undone. Perhaps tomorrow will bring its own set of trials and tribulations, but tonight you are here, in this small village surrounded by familiar faces and the faint scent of cooking fires. Tomorrow can wait. For now, there is only this quiet darkness outside your window, punctuated occasionally by a hooting owl or distant bark from some unseen dog. As you lie there, wrapped in the musty blankets that have been passed down through generations of your family, the darkness outside seems to press in on all sides. The hooting owl's haunting call carries on the wind, a lonely reminder that even at its most still and quiet, life goes on outside these walls. You can feel the weight of it, the sense that there is always more to do, more to worry about, but for now you're trapped in this moment. The fire has burned down to embers, casting flickering shadows on the walls as the occasional spark bursts into flame. The air inside your small cottage is thick with smoke, and the smell of baking bread wafts up from the hearth, making your stomach growl with hunger. You've been lying there for a while now, listening to the night sounds outside, crickets chirping, the distant rumble of a stream, the occasional hoot of an owl, but as you drift in and out of sleep, your mind starts to wander. You remember yesterday's baking day, when your mother got up before dawn to start kneading dough for today's bread. She had to work it until it was smooth and elastic, folding and turning it over on itself multiple times until the gluten relaxed enough that she could shape it into a loaf. Then there were the hours of waiting. Some would say patience is a virtue in this life, but what's the point when your belly is growling? The bread needed to rise, after all. As you relive the day's events in your mind, your stomach growls louder, reminding you that it's time for breakfast. You swing your legs over the side of the bed and plant your feet firmly on the cold stone floor. Your toes wriggle with a mix of relief at being free from the warmth of the blankets and discomfort as they make contact with the chilly ground. The night air is still cool, but it's no longer bitter. Summer has finally arrived in these parts, bringing its own set of challenges to your daily routine. The grass outside needs constant mowing to keep the wildflowers under control. This year, you've had to take on more responsibility for tending to them yourself since your father fell ill. You shuffle over to the window and push it open, letting a breeze carry in the scent of blooming lavender from the nearby field. The moon casts long shadows across the ground outside as the night air stirs with an almost imperceptible movement, like when you try to catch a fly buzzing around your head on a summer's day. Your stomach growls louder still, reminding you that it's time for breakfast. Your mother usually makes porridge from the leftover oats and barley from last week's harvest, but today is bread day. The loaves need to be sliced before they're distributed among the villagers in exchange for their work on your family's fields. You know she'll have made sure to set aside a few slices for you at least. As you step into the kitchen area of your cottage, the familiar smell hits you, yeast rising from the dough that was left overnight, mixed with the faint tang of salt and perhaps some remnants of last night's dinner, a thin broth flavored with dried herbs. The air inside is thick with anticipation as well. It never takes long for your mother to get up early and start prepping breakfast. You walk over to the table where this morning's bread sits, wrapped in linen cloth to keep its freshness intact until distribution time later today. There are 3 loaves on offer, one slightly denser than the others. That was probably last night's experiment with a new recipe. Two perfectly rounded and smooth, just like your mother always makes them. Your fingers twitch as you reach for the bread, eager to break into its golden crust. You slice it carefully, not too thick, or it'll be hard work chewing through those tough bits in between, but thin enough that there's a good chance of getting some soft middle bits. Sometimes, when you're lucky, your mother will even sprinkle a few dried herbs on top for extra flavor. As the warm bread slices begin to cool under the gentle morning breeze from the open window, you take a moment to assess the state of last night's leftovers. There was that thin broth flavored with thyme and rosemary. Your stomach growls louder at the memory, reminding you that it really is time for breakfast now. You grab 2 bowls from the corner shelf near the hearth and pour yourself a generous helping of porridge into each one, oats mixed with water to create something vaguely comforting in between meals. Today's bread will have to do without its usual accompaniment of cold meats. Those were used up last week for special occasions, so all you're left with is some dried cheese that your mother managed to salvage from a particularly successful batch. You sit down at the table, slice the first piece of bread, and take a tentative bite. The crust crunches satisfyingly beneath your teeth as the soft inside melts on your tongue. It's been long enough since breakfast for last night's meal to fade into memory, so you savor every morsel today has to offer. The sound of clinking pots from next door distracts you momentarily. Your neighbor misses. Jenkins is up early already, preparing her own family's meals for the day ahead. You watch through the open window as she expertly chops vegetables on a nearby rock, while simultaneously stirring something that smells suspiciously like last night's dinner. An occasional whiff of leftover cabbage wafts into your kitchen. As you continue eating, your gaze drifts towards the doorframe where yesterday's wooden shoes hang, waiting to be worn out by yet another day in these muddy fields. The leather has cracked a bit since spring started. It'll need redressing come autumn when new skin starts to grow on its surface again. But until then, they're good for getting you from one chore-filled task to the next. Your mother appears behind you with her own breakfast bowl in hand and begins pouring porridge into it. She uses a different spoon than yours. Hers has a worn-down handle that's been chipped by countless encounters with rocky surfaces over the years, evidence of her many hours spent helping around this small household. As she sits down beside you, you both share an unspoken understanding. The bread will be sliced up soon and distributed among their neighbors. Outside, daybreak begins to creep in. Pale light seeps through the cracks between your cottage's wooden planks as morning sunlight paints the surrounding fields with shades of gray that gradually give way to a soft blue. For now, though, for this short stretch between sleep and wakefulness, everything is still quiet enough outside these walls. You return to eating, trying not to think about all those days ahead when you'll be doing exactly what your mother does today. Getting up early before the sun rises high in the sky, helping out with chores until nightfall, dreaming of better times as darkness closes in once more. Today's tasks might seem mundane, even monotonous at times, but they're essential to keeping this household running and, by extension, contributing to your family's survival. As you swallow the last morsel of bread, a sense of contentment washes over you. There was no great feast today, just simple sustenance enough for another day on these fields. But it'll have to do. That's how this life works, not flashy or exciting, but quietly consistent in its demands. Your mother glances at the time and rises from her chair with a soft rustle of fabric as she heads towards the doorway where their neighbor misses. Jenkins can be seen working outside. "We'd best get started on slicing the bread," your mother says without turning around. Those words serve as both reminder and permission for you to join in. You put down your bowl, set it on a nearby shelf alongside last night's plates, and take a step closer towards the hearth where yesterday's loaves await their fate. The embers have died out now, no longer warm enough to crackle or pop into flames, but they still carry a faint scent that lingers even after everything has been extinguished. Together, you both kneel down beside them, and with a gentle touch of your hands on the first loaf's crust, begin to slice it apart. As you break off a hunk of coarse bread and offer it to your companion, the morning light streaming through the small window above the door casts an eerie glow on the rough-hewn wooden table. The air inside is thick with the smell of stale bread, sweat, and yesterday's cooking smoke that still clings to every surface like a damp shroud. You take a moment to pause, savoring the simple pleasure of sharing a meal together. Your companion nods in appreciation as you hand them their portion, but their eyes are already scanning the room for signs of life beyond this tiny cottage. Outside, the village is slowly stirring, the clucking of chickens, the low rumble of men's voices haggling over the price of a day's work, and the occasional clang of pots being hung from wooden hooks to dry in the morning sun. The sounds blend together into a gentle hum that ebbs and flows like the nearby river. You take a bite of your own bread, feeling the coarse texture scraping against your tongue as you chew. It's not particularly delicious, more than anything else. It's just something to fill the void until noon when the daily ration is handed out. But there's a certain comfort in eating together, sharing what little sustenance you have. The bread may be stale and tasteless, but at least it fills your belly. With full bellies for now, you both push back from the table and begin to tidy up the small space. You're not particularly fastidious about keeping things spotless. There's too much else to worry about in life, but a little effort is always appreciated when someone takes notice of what others leave behind. As you scrape the wooden platter clean with your knife, the sound echoes through the stillness like a solitary drum beat. Your companion leans against the door frame, gazing out at the morning unfolding beyond the thatched roof. They're not particularly interested in whatever drama is playing out outside, just content to observe from a safe distance, listening for any tidbit of gossip or useful information that might help pass the day more comfortably. The sun's rising higher now, casting long shadows across the dusty yard and illuminating every tiny imperfection on the walls. As you continue your tidying up routine, your thoughts wander back to last night's conversation about what little news has trickled in from nearby villages. Someone mentioned rumors of a new lord who'd taken over neighboring lands, supposedly stricter than ever, with more taxes and harsher punishments for those unable to pay. You try not to think too much on it. Worrying is just something the mind does when there's nothing better to do. Your companion pushes off from the doorframe and ambles towards you, their eyes squinting against a stray sunbeam that slips through a crack in the window. You hear about the latrine, they say barely above a whisper as if sharing some great secret. You shake your head, why would you think to worry about something so mundane? They chuckled quietly. It's getting used more and more by the day, they continue. Can't blame them, it is right next to the village well after all. Their tone implies that using the latrine might not be such a bad idea, but everyone knows better than to venture too close when those around you seem disinclined to do their part in keeping things tidy. You snort softly, the thought of going near that smelly little hut makes your stomach turn. Why bother, you say with a shrug. Your companion nods sympathetically, as if sharing in some collective suffering. Latrines are a plague, they agree, deadpanning it like any self-respecting villager would when discussing such matters of delicate hygiene and societal responsibility. Your eyes fall upon the small cauldron hanging from its hook near the fire pit. You've got to start on last night's leftovers, vegetable scraps that still look edible enough if you squint hard, mixed with some water to rehydrate a couple of stale biscuits. It won't fill anyone up, but it'll pass for lunch. You glance over at your companion, who's observing this little routine from the sidelines now. They seem content just watching as long as there are no pressing duties or impending disasters looming nearby. An attitude that, while perhaps not exactly optimistic, at least makes life easier when there isn't a lot to get worked up about in the first place. As you take hold of the wooden spoon and begin stirring what might pass for soup on most days, but is more accurately described as a sorry excuse for sustenance, your mind drifts back to the thought that it's not quite lunchtime yet, half an hour or so left before noon when the village steward starts handing out rations. There won't be much to look forward to from those meager offerings either. Just enough stale bread and watery gruel to keep bellies somewhat full until nightfall. Outside, someone calls out in greeting as they pass by on their way to who knows where. The sounds of the village continue, chickens clucking, men arguing over petty matters that will be long forgotten come sundown. It's all just background noise now, your focus is elsewhere, or rather not focused at all. You're lost in thought as you slowly stir what little there is to make a meal out of. Sometimes these moments feel like the sum total of life. Eating whatever scraps are available, tidying up an already sparse space, trying not to think about things beyond the edge of your small world, which, truth be told, isn't all that different from one another. Just as you're lost in this haze of half-awareness and low-level hunger, a faint shout carries across from outside. Someone's calling out for help with the new Lord's men who are supposedly coming to inspect the village latrine, because apparently even their own noses can tolerate it no longer. The sounds change now, an undercurrent of anxiety seeping into every conversation, as if this little fact just made everyone a bit more nervous. The thought strikes you that going without using the common latrine might actually be better than facing whatever wrath awaits those who do use it. But by then, your companion is already moving towards the window to see what all the commotion's about. You trail behind them, drawn in despite yourself, curious now as well as a bit annoyed at being yanked from that comfortable cloud of indifference. At least for today, the world outside seems more interesting than anything going on within these four walls. You walk out into the morning air, stretching your arms and yawning to shake off the remnants of a long night's sleep. The first light of dawn has begun to creep over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village. You breathe in deeply, feeling the cool mist from last night's rain still lingering on your skin, and the scent of damp earth rising up from the ground. As you make your way through the narrow streets, the sounds of the village come alive around you. The clucking of chickens echoes off the wooden houses, while the distant lowing of cattle drifts in from the nearby fields. You pass by the thatched roof of your neighbor's cottage, where a wispy tendril of smoke is already rising from the chimney, carrying with it the promise of freshly baked bread. Your stomach growls in anticipation as you approach your own home, the smell of last night's supper still lingering on the air, a thin broth made from scraps of vegetables and whatever meat was available. You shiver slightly at the memory of the cold wind that blew through during dinner, making the candles flicker and casting eerie shadows on the walls. You open the door to your small cottage, revealing a cramped but cozy space filled with the familiar scents of wood smoke and cooking oil. The air inside is stale from last night's fire, but you're grateful for its warmth after being out in the chill morning air. You take off your woolen cloak and hang it on a hook by the door, letting the soft scratch of the rough-hewn wooden beam against the worn leather calm any lingering tension. You notice that the floor is still wet from last night's rain, which seeped into the cottage through cracks in the walls and around the windows. You'll have to relight the fire soon to dry it out properly, not a difficult task, but one you'd rather put off until after breakfast. For now, you focus on getting yourself ready for another day of tending the household chores. You make your way over to the small wash basin in the corner of the room, where last night's water still lingers from washing up after dinner. The wooden basin is scratched and worn, its surface etched with years of use, just like you are, come to think about it. You dip a cloth into the lukewarm water, wring it out thoroughly, and begin to scrub your face. As you splash water on your skin, you notice that your hands are already sore from last night's work in the garden. Your fingers ache with the familiar dull pain of dry skin chafed by rough tools, a problem you'll have to address later today, perhaps after you've finished hauling water and firewood for the day. With a final wipe down, you hang up your cloth on its hook beside the basin and take a moment to gaze out at the village. The morning light is growing stronger now, illuminating every nook and cranny of the small settlement. You can see people beginning to emerge from their homes, shaking off slumber like animals waking from hibernation. Your stomach growls louder as you hear the sound of your wife stirring in the kitchen. She's likely getting breakfast ready, perhaps some bread with cheese, or if we're lucky, a few scraps of leftover meat from last night's supper. You make your way over to help her, knowing that she'll be grateful for an extra pair of hands. As you enter the small kitchen area at the back of the cottage, you're greeted by the familiar sights and smells of cooking. The steam rising off a shallow pan filled with hot water, the soft sizzle of bacon or maybe some boiled vegetables, the creaking of wooden spoons against clay pots. Your wife looks up from where she's stirring the contents of a large cauldron, a thick stew made from whatever scraps were available. She greets you warmly and hands over your breakfast, a hunk of stale bread with a small chunk of dried cheese on top, accompanied by a wedge of cold meat, if there was any to spare. You take it gratefully, knowing that this is as good as life gets around here. The simple pleasures make up for everything else. As you eat, your wife begins her daily routine, stirring the fire into life in the hearth, checking on last night's bread in the corner oven if there was any, and generally getting ready to tackle whatever chores are left from yesterday. You know that most days will be spent tending the household, hauling water, chopping wood for cooking or heating, patching up clothes and tools. A never-ending list of tasks. You take another bite of your breakfast, savoring the taste or lack thereof as you ponder the day ahead. The rain from last night has washed away any lingering dust, leaving everything looking clean but also damp, not exactly ideal for working outdoors in fields or forests. Still, there's little choice. Someone needs to see to the family's chores. With a satisfied belch, you wipe your mouth with the back of your hand and glance out at the overcast sky. The rain has stopped now, leaving behind only wisps of mist clinging to the hillsides like damp cloaks. You nod to yourself as you realize that today will be spent mostly indoors, tending to tasks in sheltered spots or doing what repairs can be done within the confines of your small cottage. This thought brings a fleeting sense of relief. At least for today, the world outside seems more interesting than anything going on within these four walls. Your wife hands you a wooden bucket and nods toward the door, where water is waiting to be carried into the house, one chore down, many still ahead. As you grab your empty bucket from its hook by the door, you take stock of what's available for work today. Not much, considering last night's rain has soaked most everything. You can try repairing some broken tools or maybe do a bit more sewing on that torn cloak. But mostly it'll be indoors tasks, nothing too exciting. Still, there are small joys to look forward to as well. Perhaps your wife will take the morning off and join you outside for a while. Certainly, the fire needs stoking soon. You glance over at her, who's now intent on stirring that stew into life. She doesn't seem overly concerned about today's chores, not yet anyway. For a moment, as you step out into the misty air with your bucket in hand, you pause to gaze up at the sky. The clouds above look heavy and gray, threatening another downpour any minute now, but maybe that'll change by midday. Who knows? Whatever comes next, though, one thing is certain, it won't be exciting. Unless something goes wrong, of course. But for now, as you carry your empty bucket across the damp cobblestones toward the village well, the only thought on your mind is getting through another day's work without any major mishaps, and maybe snagging a few precious moments to yourself amidst all the tasks ahead. You've reached 1,500 words. As you trudge through the muddy village streets, your feet squelching with each step, the sounds of morning come alive around you. The clucking hens in the nearby yard begin their incessant chatter, a cacophony that grows louder by the minute as they sense the approaching dawn. You breathe in deeply and the smell of damp earth, last night's cooking fires and human waste assaults your nostrils. It's not an unpleasant aroma per se, it's just a familiar. Your stomach growls with anticipation as you make your way to the communal latrine. A long, ramshackle wooden building stands at the edge of the village, its door creaking in the gentle morning breeze like a warning to those who venture near. You join the queue outside, exchanging nods and quiet greetings with fellow villagers already waiting their turn. Inside, the air is thick with the stench of, well, everything. Human waste, animal dung from the nearby pens, and whatever scraps were left uneaten at last night's dinner all mingle in a noxious bouquet that defies description. You take your place at one of the narrow wooden seats, its splintered surface worn smooth by generations of users. A young apprentice, barely out of his teens, is tasked with collecting waste from this pit and transferring it to the nearby cesspit for disposal, let's call it. He carries a long-handled shovel that looks like an oversized serving spoon, stirring up clouds of noxious fumes as he works. You shudder at the thought of being in his shoes, literally. As you attend to your business, the sounds around you grow more vibrant. Clucking hens, bleating goats from the nearby pens, and the distant rumble of the blacksmiths hammering away on metal, creating a constant background din that underpins every moment. Your own digestive system protests its proximity to this muck pit reality check with a gentle gurgle in your belly. Once finished, you step outside into the brightening morning light, blinking back against the glare of sunbeams dancing through the mist-shrouded village streets. A gentle warmth spreads across your skin as the day's first rays coax life out of the sleepy surroundings. You take a deep breath, and for an instant, the stench is replaced by the scent of fresh earth and dew-drenched grass. The walk to breakfast becomes a leisurely stroll, savoring the morning quiet before the village awakens in earnest. The bakery's fires are already burning bright, filling the air with sweet aromas that battle, not entirely successfully, against the lingering stench from your earlier visit to the muck pit. You pass by the rows of wooden stalls set up along the high street, vendors displaying their wares, fresh bread and pastries still warm from the oven, alongside baskets overflowing with fresh vegetables and herbs. Your own stomach growls louder now that you're within sniffing distance of breakfast. But as you reach your family's small cottage on the outskirts of the village, a mix of relief and trepidation washes over you. Inside, your mother is already busy preparing today's meal, something simple, perhaps stale bread with cheese or leftovers from last night's dinner. The sounds within are more muted now, replaced by the quiet murmurings of family conversation as everyone gathers around the wooden table for breakfast. Your father, a sturdy man in his late 40s with arms thickened by years of farm labor, sits at head of the table, surveying the proceedings like a general inspecting his troops before battle. The meal itself is uneventful, which is to say it's exactly what you've come to expect. Bread that's been around for a few days now, perhaps some scrawny chicken or scraps from last night's dinner. But today there are signs of celebration. The smell of fresh-baked bread wafts through the cottage, accompanied by the faint hint of, "Oh, honey." Your heart lifts at this small indulgence. As you eat, your mother glances up and catches your eye with a mixture of concern and amusement. "Today's going to be a big day," she says softly, not quite explaining what that means, but giving you an inkling it might be more than just another ordinary day in the life of a medieval peasant. The morning wears on as everyone gathers around, discussing plans for the day ahead, tending crops, repairs on the cottage, perhaps some hunting or gathering if luck is with them. Your father mentions something about needing to visit the nearby manor house today. You're not quite sure what that entails, but suspect it'll be another round of groveling before the Lord's men. As breakfast concludes and everyone begins their preparations for the day ahead, a faint knock at the door interrupts the quiet murmurings. It's an elderly neighbor from across the way, or rather, he's not exactly elderly so much as bent with age and worn down by years of toil. He pauses on the threshold, surveying your family before nodding curtly. "I came to ask if I might trouble you for a small loan," he says gruffly. "The Lord's men have been demanding an extra tithe from our village this year, more than we can afford." Your father shoots him a look that speaks volumes about the complicated web of obligations and resentments between villagers and their overlords. For now, though, it seems like someone else has to worry about those politics. The neighbor nods his thanks before disappearing into the morning haze as suddenly as he appeared, leaving behind an air thick with unspoken understanding, and perhaps a hint of desperation. The sound of clucking hens grows louder outside. Time to get moving if you want to catch any breakfast leftovers from yesterday's dinner. It's going to be one of those days where you'll have to find ways to make do, stretch what little resources you have, and navigate the intricate dance between subsistence living and the whims of your lord's men. The morning sun rises higher in the sky as you take a deep breath, already sensing that today will bring its share of small frustrations, tiny triumphs, and perhaps even a few unexpected surprises along the way. But for now, it's just another ordinary day to trudge through, one step at a time. You wake up with the first light of dawn creeping through the small window, a faint glow that seeps into your dreams like cold water on bare skin. You rub the sleep from your eyes, feeling the roughness of the coarse wool blanket still wrapped around you. The air in the hut is heavy with the smell of damp earth and yesterday's cooking fire, but it's not unpleasant, familiar as a worn-out shoe. As you sit up, the wooden frame creaks beneath you, a gentle protest that sounds like an old friend complaining about your presence. You swing your legs over the side of the bed, feeling the weight of your day ahead settle onto them. The mattress is thin and hard, but it's better than sleeping on straw or hay, at least this one has some give. You push back the furs that cover you, and a faint chill runs down your spine as the cold morning air kisses your skin. You wrap yourself in a threadbare tunic, the one with the hole over the elbow that's been there for months. It's not warm enough to keep out the winter drafts, but it'll do. Besides, you're not going outside yet. The village is still quiet, the only sounds coming from the distant rumble of geese honking in a nearby field and the faint creaking of wooden beams as the wind stirs through the thatched roofs. You listen to these familiar noises for a moment, savoring them like a cup of lukewarm tea on a cold morning. Downstairs, your mother is already up, stirring the embers from last night's fire into life with a handful of dry twigs and some scraps of old wood. She mutters to herself as she works, her voice low and steady, a gentle hum that's like the village itself, always present but easy to ignore. You make your way downstairs, feeling the wooden steps beneath your feet groan in protest at each step. The air is thick with cooking smells now. Baking bread, stewing vegetables, the faint tang of old cheese, all these and more rise up from the hearth like a savory fog that clings to every surface. Your mother hands you a piece of stale bread slathered with what passes for butter around here, rendered fat mixed with milk. It's not bad, but it's far from the rich creamery treasures some places boast about in their stories and poems. Still, it's enough to fill your belly, which is all that matters. You eat quickly, washing down the dry bread with a swig of lukewarm ale, watered down to make it last longer, as always. Your mother smiles at you while she works, her eyes squinting against the flickering light from the fire. It's a gentle smile, one that says we'll get through this day together without ever needing words. After breakfast, your mother hands you a small bundle wrapped in a piece of worn cloth. Inside is yesterday's flax, the stuff used for making linen if they're lucky and can afford it. You remember how tedious beating this fiber must be. Endless hours spent pounding away at the stubborn stalks with wooden mallets until they release their seeds. You look up at your mother, feeling a shiver run down your spine as you recall just what that process entails. She nods curtly, her eyes flicking towards the small room off to one side of the hut, where your father sits by the fire, his left arm still wrapped in bandages from last week's accident. Get on with it, she says quietly without any enthusiasm, as if this is just another chore to get through. You nod, feeling a twinge of regret for not being more willing to help out earlier. After all, someone has to do these tasks, and they're stuck with them whether you like it or not. You take the bundle outside into the cold morning air, where the sun's already climbing over the nearby rooftops. The sound of village life is growing louder now. Chickens clucking in their coops, pigs oinking from the sty out back, the distant rumble of a mill wheel somewhere down by the river, all these and more weave together into a gentle hum that accompanies you like an invisible companion. You make your way to the wooden trough where your mother usually sorts through the flax. The smell is overwhelming, fresh earthy scent mixed with something sweeter but also slightly bitter. You recognize this as the essence of the plant itself, its natural oils released by pounding it into submission. It's a pungent aroma that clings to everything once you've started working on it. You kneel down beside the trough and examine your portion of flax, long stalks with their fibers still intact, tangled up like so many wispy snakes. You look at them without enthusiasm, knowing what's in store for these strands when they're beaten into submission. The wooden mallet lies nearby, its handle worn smooth from countless uses. Your father had made it himself a few winters ago, using oak wood that was still green and pliable enough to carve easily. He'd been proud of his craftsmanship back then. Now the mallet's just another tool for beating down anything stubborn. You take up the mallet, feeling its familiar weight in your hand as you prepare to face this day's tedium head-on. The sun rises higher above the rooftops, casting a pale light over everything, highlighting dust motes dancing in its beam like tiny spirits playing their morning games. The sound of the first blow echoes through the stillness, loud and jarring in contrast to the quiet before it. Thud, 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 beating away at something that resists easily. You raise your mallet again, feeling a pang of boredom already creeping up on you, along with an inkling that today might just be one of those days when things go wrong. Your mind wanders while you work, meandering through the day's possibilities like a stray goat sniffing at unfamiliar shrubs in the nearby forest. Maybe it'll rain later, maybe your father will finally get his wooden leg fixed. All these what-ifs float up from the bottom of your consciousness like leaves on an autumn stream. The hours pass by with agonizing slowness, each thud-thud-thud marking time as much as progress in beating down those stubborn flax stalks. Sweat begins to trickle down your face and arms, stinging your eyes with its saltiness, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse than this. Suddenly, the sound of mallet meeting plant fibers changes. Instead of a steady thud-thud-thud comes a series of sharp cracks that make you pause mid-beat. You examine the flax more closely, realizing too late what's happening. One of your fingers has slipped into the trough and got caught by an especially stubborn stalk. A sickening crunch echoes through your ears as you try to free yourself from this unexpected trap, a cold dread creeping up your spine like frost on a winter morning. As you finally manage to extricate yourself from the muck-filled trap that had ensnared your foot, a wave of relief washes over you, only to be immediately followed by the pungent aroma wafting up from the nearby cattle pen. The air is thick with the stench of manure and damp earth, making your stomach turn in protest. You're about to face another task that's all too familiar, cleaning yourself after a long morning spent tending to these beasts. You stand there for a moment, surveying the mess you've made of your leggings and boots, trying not to think about the hours it'll take to scrub away the ingrained stains. The sun beats down upon your back, warming your skin but doing little to drive off the chill that's taken up residence in your bones. You shiver slightly as you begin the laborious process of removing your sodden footwear. Your boots come off with a satisfying squelch, releasing torrents of mud and water onto the stone floor. The puddle spreads rapidly, reflecting the pale blue sky above like an unfurled patchwork quilt. You wring out your socks by hand before tossing them into the nearby bucket filled with cold, murky water, a makeshift wash basin that's seen better days. As you strip down to your waistcloth and tunic, you can't help but feel the weight of this monotonous routine bearing down upon you like an unyielding yoke. Cleaning up after these cattle is a never-ending task. It seems as though they shed their skin with every step, leaving behind a trail of muck that's impossible to eradicate completely. You make your way towards the nearby troughs, where fresh water awaits not for drinking but for cleaning purposes only. The wooden cask has been scrubbed until its surface is almost smooth to the touch. Now it stands ready to receive another batch of grimy tools and sodden garments. You dip a length of coarse cloth into the icy waters, wring it out with a practiced motion, then begin to wipe down your boots, not that they'll ever be clean again. Time becomes fluid as you work. 1 minute stretches into 10, which dissolves into half an hour without any notable events or milestones. It's just the steady dripping of water from the wooden cask, the soft hooting of a nearby dove perched on its windowsill ledge, that seems to mock your efforts with each mournful cry. You move between the troughs and the midden heap, a grim repository for all manner of household waste, pausing occasionally to inspect your handiwork. Each surface you clean takes longer than the last. It's as though the dirt itself has developed a stubborn resistance to being removed, refusing to yield its hold on the wooden boards or stone slabs. Your fingers are raw and red by the time you've finished scrubbing down every available inch of equipment, but it still feels like there's more work ahead. The air clings to your skin now, heavy with dampness. The very fabric of your clothing seems to weigh heavier after being soaked in water. You feel a creeping sense of malaise seeping into your bones as you think about returning to this same routine tomorrow and every day after that. As an aside, it's worth noting that few people outside these rural hamlets fully comprehend what daily life is like for someone who earns their living tending cattle. Most folks see only the end result of their labor, a steady supply of meat on their tables or milk in their bowls. The unsavory bits scrubbing away at manure, sweating over steaming troughs, and shivering through cold winter mornings tend to get lost in translation. Your thoughts wander as you finish up your cleaning tasks for the day. Perhaps it's a good thing nobody sees these details firsthand, or they'd never willingly eat another meal raised on this land. The notion brings a wry smile to your lips, but only for an instant. Reality swiftly reasserts itself in the form of a stinging backache from all that bending and scrubbing. You're not even finished with the day's chores yet, though it feels like you've been at them for hours already. As you stand there trying to catch your breath amidst the stillness of this small hamlet, you become aware of other sounds gradually rising above the din of your own labored breathing. A faint bleating from within the pen, the rustle of leaves in the nearby woods as some unseen creature stirs from its daytime slumber. It's almost midday now, about the time most villagers would take their lunch. You can smell something savory wafting on the breeze, carried by an errant gust that ripples through your hair and tickles the edges of your tunic. The tantalizing aroma of baking bread draws you toward the village square like a magnet. But not yet. First things first, or rather last things first. Those midden heaps still need attention before anyone can enjoy their repast without worrying about tainted food spoiling on their plates. You force yourself to return to your tasks with all due haste, trying to shake off this creeping lethargy that threatens to consume you whole. Hours drag by in a haze of dust and dampness as you scrub at those midden heaps, the endless cycle of dirty work never truly finished, only temporarily alleviated when some more pressing task comes along. Your thoughts stray back to the baking bread wafting on its gentle breeze. It's almost time for lunch. The sun beats down relentlessly now, warming your skin but bringing little comfort amidst all this drudgery. Sweat trickles from your brow as you continue working at a snail's pace, not that anyone can really hurry when confronted with mounds of garbage and decaying animal matter. The very air around you seems to thicken into an oppressive blanket, heavy with the smell of rotting vegetables and last night's supper. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, your tasks are finally done for the day, at least until tomorrow morning rolls back around again. As you push the wheelbarrow away from its final station, the wooden slats creaking in protest beneath your weight, a faint sense of relief seeps into your bones. Time to take a break, maybe find some fresh air and clear one's head for an hour or two before returning to face another day filled with scrubbing, shoveling, and general grime removal. The prospect is hardly thrilling, but it beats the thought of being out in that muck-filled pen until sundown. You carry your weary form towards the village square, where laughter carries on a gentle breeze. Perhaps some change from this drudgery awaits within those makeshift stalls set up beneath the ancient oak tree. A smile flickers at the corners of your lips. One thing's for certain: whatever tomorrow brings, today is already over. As you make your way through the village square, the scent of baking bread wafts from a nearby stall, enticing your stomach with its promise of warmth and sustenance. The vendor, an elderly woman named Alice, greets you with a nod as she expertly flips a freshly risen loaf onto a wooden peel. You can almost feel the gentle give of dough beneath her skilled hands, a tactile sensation that's been passed down through generations of village bakers. You slow your pace to admire the wares on display. Pyramids of golden brown bread, baskets overflowing with an assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables, their colors muted by the soft afternoon light. The smell of roasting meat carries from another stall, where a young boy busily turns spits over an open flame, his face flushed from the heat. You spot a cluster of villagers gathered around a nearby wooden table, engaged in a heated game of ninepins. As you wander through the square, your eyes adjust to the dappled light filtering through the ancient oak's branches above. The sun is beginning its lazy descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones and imbuing the scene with an air of tranquil contentment. You breathe in deeply, feeling the cool evening breeze carry away some of the day's accumulated fatigue. Your footsteps pause near a small fountain, where water bubbles lazily from a stone spout into a shallow basin. Children gather around its edge, their laughter echoing off the surrounding stalls as they try to catch the falling droplets on their tongues. You watch for a moment, mesmerized by the simple joy of the scene. Children at play, surrounded by the sights and sounds of everyday village life. As you continue through the square, your thoughts turn to the day's tasks ahead, the list of chores that never seems to shrink no matter how hard you work. Tomorrow will bring more of the same. Tending to the family garden, helping with the harvest, perhaps a stint at the local blacksmith's forge if you're lucky. The idea is both comforting and suffocating, a reminder that life as a medieval peasant has its rhythms but no respite. You pass by a group of villagers huddled near the village elder's hut, engaged in a heated discussion about the upcoming harvest festival. Their voices rise and fall in a soothing cadence, like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. You catch snippets of conversation, complaints about the lack of rain, concerns over crop yields, predictions for the impending winter. The air is thick with the weight of shared responsibilities and communal worries. Your attention drifts to a nearby stall selling woven baskets and straw hats. An elderly man named Gervais displays his wares with quiet pride, running a gnarled hand through the threads of a particularly fine basket. His eyes meet yours for an instant, filled with warmth and a hint of mischief. He knows you've been working hard all day and is willing to share a joke or two over a mug of ale if you stop by his stall. You continue on your way, lost in thought as the evening wears on. The air cools gradually, carrying scents from last night's dinner. Boiled vegetables, maybe some dried fish, the acrid tang of wood smoke still clinging to clothing and hair. You know that tonight will bring its own set of tasks, perhaps a late-night firewood gathering trip if you're responsible for helping with tomorrow's meals. Night begins to fall as you walk back through the village, street lamps flickering like tiny beacons in the fading light. Shadows deepen across the cobblestones, and the air fills with the soft crunching of gravel beneath footsteps, a soothing background noise that underscores your own tired but contented sighs. As darkness gathers, the square gradually empties, its inhabitants retreating to their homes for rest or evening chores. You find yourself walking alongside Allie's stall once more, now quiet and still except for the faint glow emanating from within her hut, a comforting reminder that even as night falls, there will always be those who tend the flames of daily life. You pause outside your own family's cottage door, feeling the weight of fatigue settle across your shoulders. The evening air carries an almost imperceptible hint of smoke and damp earth. It's been raining recently, and the scent lingers in every corner of the village. The interior of your home is warm and inviting, lit by a single candle set on the central hearthstone. Your family gathers around the fire, their faces aglow with warmth and contentment as they begin to prepare for dinner: boiled vegetables, maybe some dried fish, perhaps even a small chunk of bread if Gervais's basket stall has any leftover treats. You shed your cloak near the door, hanging it on its wooden peg alongside others that have accumulated throughout the day. As you approach the hearth, your stomach growls softly in anticipation. Though there won't be much to eat tonight, at least there will be something. Gathering around the fire feels like a reprieve from all that's gone before. No more tending crops or hauling water, just warmth and quiet companionship. Your eyes wander across the faces of those closest to you: your partner, Emilia, children, Ira and Gwyn, even old grandfather Alaric, who seems lost in thought as he stares into the flames. Conversation begins slowly, each person contributing their own stories from the day's events. A new patch of thistle discovered on the family garden. A neighbor's son caught stealing fruit from their orchard. News that Gervais has managed to find yet another rare piece of fine wool for weaving. As you join in, sharing your own experiences and listening intently to others, you feel the strain of daily life slowly begin to lift, at least for tonight. As dinner is served, boiled vegetables, dried fish, a single chunk of bread, conversation ebbs and flows around the table, each person contributing their thoughts on everything from this year's harvest yields to Gervais's latest attempt at brewing ale. It's not exactly a grand feast, but there's enough to fill your belly for now. After dinner, the evening drifts into a calm rhythm. Washing dishes by hand, no soap, just water and elbow grease. Tending to any remaining fires or embers outside, perhaps an hour or two of quiet reading near the fire. Ira and Gwyn begin their nightly struggle to stay awake, usually resulting in giggling fits and squabbles over whose turn it is to hold a candle. As you settle into your own chair by the hearth, wrapping your arms around knees that ache with fatigue, the warmth of the room and the gentle hum of evening routine envelops you. For tonight at least, there's peace, perhaps even contentment, in the quiet rhythms of daily life as a medieval peasant. But come morning, it will be back to tending crops, hauling water, and all the other responsibilities that keep your days filled from dawn till dusk. Tomorrow brings its own set of tasks. Gervais needs help gathering more firewood for his forge. Emilia wants you to stop by Allie's stall early for some fresh bread. Ira has requested a new straw hat from her father, who will be waiting at the village square, and so it goes. As night deepens outside your window, shadows creep across the walls within. For tonight, though, let's just savor this moment. Warmth by the fire, loved ones nearby, another day already behind you, with all its own set of mundane tasks ahead. As you sat by the fire, listening to your family's gentle murmurs and the crackle of flames dancing on the hearth, a familiar scent wafted up from your feet. It was an aroma that clung to you like a damp shroud, a mix of sweat, dirt, and whatever scraps of food had stuck between your toes during the day. You recognized it as the smell of a medieval peasant's life, equal parts earthy and fetid. The fire crackled on, casting flickering shadows across the thatched roof above you. Your eyes drifted to the small cauldron hanging from a hook over the flames. A meager stew simmered inside, filling the air with savory scents of vegetables and maybe some scraps of meat. If your family was lucky, it could be rabbit or even deer, but more likely it would be whatever roots or greens you'd managed to dig up in the nearby forest. As you pondered the evening's meal, a faint scratching sound came from outside. Your father stood by the door, his worn leather tunic creaking as he leaned against the frame, watching something beyond your line of sight. You followed his gaze and saw one of the village cats sauntering into view, its fur matted with twigs and leaves. Your mother stirred nearby, her eyes squinting in a mixture of amusement and annoyance. "Ah, Raggedy's back," she said softly, using the nickname you'd given that particular cat years ago. You remembered how it had been a scrawny thing when you were younger. Now it was as battle-hardened as any village dog. The cat padded closer to your father, its tail twitching with an air of ownership. Your father reached out and absently scratched behind Raggedy's ears, causing the creature to let out a gentle purr. As he did so, a faint memory stirred in your mind. You'd been this age when your own mother used to sit by the fire, stroking your hair or gently tousling it into place. Those moments were rare now, with two younger siblings and a father who worked from dawn till dusk. life had become increasingly hectic. Your parents' patience was worn thin, their tempers frayed like the edges of your woolen socks after too many washes in the nearby stream. You shifted on the bench, feeling the soft give of the wooden slats beneath you. It was an old piece, one that creaked and groaned under every movement. Your father's eyes flickered to yours for a moment, as if sensing your restlessness. He nodded almost imperceptibly and returned his attention to Raggedy. The air in the hut grew thick with the scent of cooking meat. Something was definitely rabbit tonight, judging by the look on your mother's face. You felt your stomach growl softly, echoing through the stillness like a small, mournful dog whining for scraps outside a tavern door. It seemed as though time itself had become an endless series of chores and tasks, waking before dawn to tend to the animals, tending the garden until its crops were ripe enough to harvest, gathering firewood when it was wet or damp. Even your family's meager meals often felt like another item on that never-ending list. Cook something. Your mother ladled out portions from the cauldron into wooden bowls. The smell of rabbit wafted up now, mingling with the scent of smoke and ash hanging heavy in the air. Your siblings' eyes lit up as they took their first bites. You couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger yourself. It was that same insatiable appetite that had driven your father to rise before the sun this morning. He'd trudged through mud-soaked fields until his back ached, and his hands were raw from the cold. The thought sent a wave of fatigue washing over you, making your eyelids droop as if weighted down by invisible stones. But for now, you pushed aside those exhaustion-ridden thoughts, focusing on the gentle clinking of spoons against wooden bowls. Each bite was a tiny miracle in this world where hunger often felt like an uninvited guest. You took another mouthful, letting your taste buds dance with pleasure as flavors exploded across your tongue. It wasn't long before Raggedy grew tired of being petted and wandered off into the night, leaving behind only its faint scent, earthy, damp, and a little bit musky. The fire crackled on, casting shadows that seemed to take their cue from the darkness outside. Sometimes they coalesced into recognizable shapes, other times they twisted and turned in ways both beautiful and unsettling. As you watched those flickering silhouettes, memories began to stir, moments long past but still vivid enough to feel like yesterday's sunburn. Like the time your father had taken you out to the nearby woods to show you how a true master felled trees with ease, or when your mother taught you which wild herbs were safe for eating and which to avoid. Those memories, though bittersweet, felt safer than facing another dawn tomorrow, where tasks would repeat themselves like an endless litany of drudgery. Tonight's calm was almost palpable. The crackle of flames, the gentle hum of your family's tired contentment, even Raggedy's distant mews carried on the night air. For tonight, though, you allowed yourself to breathe deeply and simply be, a fleeting feeling that might as well have been a lost treasure from some long-forgotten era. As your eyelids began their slow descent towards sleep, it occurred to you how easy it was to get caught up in memories, either longing for the past or dreading what lay ahead. Yet even now, those shadows on the wall seemed to shift and change, reminding you that life, like a fire burning steadily into the night, had its own peculiar rhythms. You could try to fight them, ignore their gentle insinuations of mortality and hardship, but it was harder than trying to still a babbling brook or calm an autumn wind. Tomorrow would bring new tasks and hardships. Tonight's peace felt almost fragile, as though held together by the thinnest thread of candle wax. Oh, and yet, the fire crackled on, casting its eerie shadows against the thatched roof above you, now a deep golden brown in the flickering light, with wispy strands escaping to mingle with the night air. The warmth of the fire seeped into your bones, a gentle comfort on this chilly autumn morning. You wrapped your arms around yourself, feeling the soft woolen blanket that had been passed down through generations in your family. The crackle and pop of the flames were like a lullaby, soothing your weary mind as you stood by the fire pit. Outside, the wind rustled through the nearby trees, its gentle whispers punctuated by an occasional hoot from the owl nesting in the branches above. You breathed deeply, feeling the crisp air fill your lungs, a welcome change after the musty smell of last night's porridge still clinging to you. The scent of damp earth and leaves was beginning to permeate everything, signaling the end of summer and the start of autumn. Your stomach growled softly in protest as you gazed into the fire, searching for any sign that breakfast might soon be ready. Your mother had risen before dawn to prepare this morning's meal, but she'd warned you not to expect much. A meager ration of porridge was all they could afford today. Still, there was something special about the quiet hours before dawn, when even your father's grumbling seemed more tolerable. The thatched roof above creaked softly in response to some unseen breeze, its muffled groans echoing through the small cottage like a tired sigh. Your gaze wandered up into the darkness above, where shadows danced across the ceiling like dark, ephemeral spirits. The firelight cast an eerie glow on these fleeting shapes, making it seem as if they were attempting to communicate with you. Your mother had just emerged from her bedchamber, carrying a wooden trencher and a clay jug filled with yesterday's leftover broth. She moved with a quiet efficiency, used to the rhythms of their small household by now. As she began to prepare breakfast on the hearthstone, a task that required both skill and patience, you watched intently, knowing how little time your mother had for idle chatter this morning. You noticed the faint scent of rye wafting through the air, carried on the breeze from the nearby fields where some of their neighbors had begun harvesting. The smell was tantalizing, but it also reminded you that today would be a breadless day, another small hardship in your family's ongoing struggle to make ends meet. As if sensing your gaze upon her, your mother turned toward you with a faint smile and said, "There won't be any bread this morning, child. We'll have to do without for now." Her voice was low-pitched and soothing, like the gentle lapping of waves on a summer shore, but beneath it lay an undertone of worry that made your heart ache. You shrugged sympathetically, understanding all too well what it meant to live from day to day with little or no bread. It wasn't just about sustenance. In medieval society, bread was more than food. It represented status, dignity, and a sense of security. Without it, life seemed uncertain, precarious even. You felt the familiar knot of worry begin to form in your stomach as you watched your mother's hands move deftly over the fire pit, preparing what little they had. Your attention turned back to the flames dancing before you, those golden tongues of warmth and light that seemed to grow more mesmerizing by the minute. As the morning wore on, their gentle crackle became almost musical, weaving itself into a soothing tapestry that slowly lulled your mind into a state of relaxed contemplation. Time passed with an unhurried slowness as you stood there, lost in thought and the hypnotic rhythm of the fire. Outside, birds began to stir, their morning songs like tiny golden bells clinking softly through the trees. The wind stilled its whispers for a moment, allowing the only sound to be that of your mother's gentle stirring over by the hearth. She added some scraps of salted pork to the cauldron hanging from the stone tripod above the fire, an unusual treat in itself, since they rarely had such luxuries on hand. As the fat began to sizzle and pop, releasing a savory aroma into the air, you found yourself growing more relaxed by the minute. Your gaze roamed over the small cottage's interior, the earthen floor beneath your feet, the worn wooden benches placed haphazardly around the hearth for comfort rather than elegance. The smoke-stained rafters above that seemed to sag under their own weight. Every surface, every stick and stone, every threadbare blanket and moldering reed mat spoke of years spent in quiet service to this small household. As your mother added some watery broth from yesterday's leftover stew to the cauldron's contents, a new scent began to mingle with the sizzling pork. It was an earthy smell that clung close to your skin and seemed to seep into every pore, the unmistakable aroma of damp stone and musty walls. Your mother took up her wooden spoon again, stirring the broth with a practiced ease born from years of handling such fragile ingredients as were available in their household. The mixture began to bubble and froth at the edges, its surface rippling gently like water disturbed by an unseen hand, though out here on this chilly autumn morning, it was more likely due to the warmth emanating from your mother's cooking. Her eyes flicked toward you once or twice as she worked, a silent encouragement for patience that was unnecessary in any case. For some reason, perhaps because today seemed particularly lean and desolate compared to other days, when hunger pangs had been at least temporarily satiated by the smell of baking bread wafting through their cottage, this porridge felt different. Maybe it was simply the rare absence of bread on a morning like this, one that made you feel acutely aware how easily things could unravel in their household. Whatever the reason, as your mother ladled out two generous portions into wooden bowls set beside her, you found yourself approaching breakfast with an odd sense of trepidation rather than anticipation. The first spoonful slipped onto your tongue like a cold kiss, rich but flavorless broth overcooked to almost a porridge consistency itself. It had been days since they'd enjoyed even this meager fare, weeks perhaps. Time lost all meaning when you were too busy simply trying not to go hungry from one day's end to the next. The sizzling pork at least was an improvement, its savory flavor momentarily distracting from the dullness of your meal as a whole. For an instant, it made things almost bearable. You felt less like you existed solely for sustenance and more connected to this land around you, if only through the memories that lingered in every morsel. But as you ate on, your thoughts continued their gentle meandering toward other matters entirely. How would they manage come winter? Would there be enough fuel stored away for all of them? Had those neighbors' crops fared better than their own this season? In such quiet moments like these, when nothing much was happening and time seemed to drag its slow, heavy feet through the village's daily routines, it struck you how fragile life could be. How one poor harvest or a minor setback here might upset everything. The afternoon sun had begun to creep in from outside now, slanting low over the thatched roof above, as if peering down upon your meager breakfast spread with curiosity. Shadows cast by nearby trees danced across the earthen floor, adding their own peculiar light and dark patterns to this small household's ongoing struggle for survival. As you finished eating and pushed back from the fire pit, feeling more tired than when you'd begun, a sudden awareness settled over you like an autumn mist seeping into the valleys. It was as if your senses had come alive, attuned not just to their immediate surroundings, but also to those countless unspoken worries lurking beneath every surface. For now at least, such concerns were pushed aside in favor of more pressing needs: sleep and rest for bodies exhausted from a day's labor, perhaps even a little momentary respite from the unending cycle of daily hardship. As you settled back into your bed, feeling its creaky wooden slats yielding beneath your weight like an old friend offering comfort, or at least familiar discomfort, all that remained was to let yourself drift gently toward whatever dreams awaited in the stillness outside. In this phase, where day and night blurred together as one long, tired stretch of existence, you found a strange sense of peace settling over everything. The flickering firelight danced on above you like an endless lullaby, weaving its own peculiar magic to keep at bay those darker shadows waiting patiently just beyond the edge of town. As the last wisps of daylight faded into twilight's hush, and the darkness deepened outside your small cottage window like a velvet cloak enveloping all it touched, your eyelids slowly began their gentle descent towards sleep. In this quietest of hours, when even time itself seemed to slow its wild pace in deference to your own weariness, you felt yourself being gently pulled into that great, dark expanse beyond the hearth's warmth. The final whispering wind outside had died down now. Only the distant hooting owl and an occasional twig snapping loose from a nearby branch broke the stillness. It was almost as if nature itself were holding its breath in anticipation of some unseen dawn yet to come. Though for you, nestled safely within these familiar walls, there would be little joy or celebration waiting. For now at least, your sleepiness had claimed you completely. It wrapped you snugly around like a worn blanket, the one that carried the scent of damp earth and leaves, but also hinted at happier times yet to come. As you drifted off into a state of deep relaxation, the world outside receded to a gentle murmur, like a soft brook babbling over smooth stones in a quiet meadow. Your eyelids grew heavy, and your breathing slowed, becoming as steady as the beat of a distant drum on some long-forgotten festival day. The warmth of the sun seeped into your skin through the small window high above, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floorboards below, lacy shadows that danced like the delicate fingers of a skilled weaver. You felt it too even in sleep, for on days like this, when the breeze was light and carried just a hint of spring's awakening, you knew summer's warmth was not far behind. Your thoughts grew fuzzy, yet somehow still tied to the world around you, a loose thread that kept you connected to the sounds, smells, and sensations of your little village. You sensed the gentle rise and fall of your chest as air moved in and out of your body, feeling it like a soft rustle of leaves. As your mind began its slow descent into dreams, memories started to seep back into focus, fragments of everyday life that had been temporarily pushed aside by sleep's claim on you. You recalled walking through the village earlier that day, passing by the market stalls set up in the town square. Vendors selling fresh bread, their loaves wrapped in linen cloths and tied with twine. A butcher's stand nearby, reeking of blood and fat, not unpleasantly so, but like a familiar perfume that clung to your skin. Your stomach growled at the memory of the stale biscuit you'd eaten for breakfast, dry as old parchment and just as tasteless. The thought made you shift uncomfortably on your palate, feeling the rough woolen blanket beneath you. You had grown accustomed to its texture over time, but it was still a reminder that even in sleep, discomfort could creep back in. Your dreams began to take shape, carrying you through memories of daily life like a meandering stream flows across the landscape, sometimes narrow and fast-moving, other times wide and slow. You remembered the smell of your mother's cooking, simmering stews filled with tough chunks of meat that hung from your ribs for what felt like an eternity, onions softened to translucent jelly-like tenderness, herbs added at just the right moment to release their pungency. Your nostrils flared as you recalled the sensation of eating a meal after days on end without much sustenance, hunger's sharp edge blunted by the first bite, then gradually eased over the course of several spoonfuls. It was a feeling both familiar and welcome, like coming home to a place where memories were made. As your mind continued its meandering path, you found yourself standing in front of the village blacksmith's forge, the sound of hammering echoing through the air on some days when he worked late into the night. You remembered the smell of hot metal and sweat, the way it clung to your clothes like a damp shroud. You walked further back in time, recalling afternoons spent by the stream that flowed just outside the village, its gentle voice providing background music for countless hours spent fishing, watching fish dart beneath the surface, or simply sitting on rocks to skip stones across its calm waters. The sun beat down upon you then, and your skin felt warm without being too hot. Your thoughts wove a tapestry of everyday moments, shared meals with family members, listening to village gossip as it passed from one person's lips to another at the local tavern, the same place where they served overpriced ale that tasted more like water than anything remotely resembling the heavenly brews described in tales. Or working alongside other villagers on tasks that needed doing, their labored breathing and sweat-drenched brows mirroring your own efforts as you hauled heavy loads, dug gardens, or rebuilt crumbling fences. These fragments of life continued to flow through your mind like water over a shallow stone bed, the way light danced across fields at dawn, the sound of morning birdsong that rose above all other sounds, their melodic trills piercing through even the noisiest day. Each one connected you more firmly to this world, reminding you what it meant to be alive in medieval times. As your memories grew stronger and more vivid, the line between dreams and reality began to blur further still, making it harder for sleep's claim on you to hold sway. The room around you took shape once more, the thatched roof above, the wooden beams supporting its weight, the simple furnishings consisting of a pallet yours, another slightly larger one used by your family, and perhaps an old chest at the foot of which stood a clay jug filled with water for washing. You were back in the village now, walking down the central street lined with small homes constructed from wood or wattle and daub, their walls weathered to a soft gray that seemed almost calming. Every door had its own unique creak, like individual voices speaking when opened and closed again, some more squeaky than others. Ahead of you lay your family's modest dwelling, one room shared by multiple people at night, sometimes as many as 6 or 7, with the inevitable discomfort this entailed. However, it was home, a place where love dwelled among the dust, the smells of cooking wafting out to mingle with those from neighboring houses. The air within your little cottage carried scents familiar yet also occasionally overwhelming, like when someone had not bathed recently or when that batch of stale biscuits made its appearance. Still, these were part and parcel of life here, a mix of earthy smells, fresh bread, wood smoke on cooler days, which was most days, sweat from the day's toil, and an undercurrent of dampness carried by the air. You pushed open the creaking door, which had its own distinct voice among all others in this village. Your family welcomed you with words exchanged quickly over dinner preparations. News shared, some already familiar but still good for a warm welcome, other bits entirely new yet equally worthy of note. These were moments when fatigue was temporarily forgotten. In the kitchen area, if kitchen could be used to describe such an open space where cooking took place alongside all manner of household tasks, your mother stirred something bubbling in a large clay pot over an open fire, perhaps vegetables or meat stewing together for what felt like hours, but which, when finally served up, tasted divine. As you moved through the familiar layout of your home, noticing every nook and cranny where dirt accumulated, which was often, you sensed that even here there was a certain rhythm to life. It wasn't always smooth or pleasant, far from it, yet within this chaos something held together, like a well-worn rope that had endured countless tugs. The fire crackled on, its warmth spreading through the room as night began its slow descent upon your village. Shadows crept across walls and floors in intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient tapestries you'd seen once at some distant church or other, their designs telling stories long forgotten by all but a few wise elderly villagers. You felt yourself becoming one with this rhythm, like water flowing smoothly over smooth stones as it made its way to the river. It was not perfect, far from it, yet in its own imperfect, stumbling manner life here held beauty and peace that you couldn't quite put into words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the thatched roofs in the sleepy village, you couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment settle in. The air was alive with the gentle hum of crickets, their evening serenade filling the gaps between the creaking wooden beams and the distant clucking of chickens as they settled into their roosts for the night. The smell of baking bread wafted through the air, carried on a soft breeze that rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. You followed its source to the village bakery, where Mistress Agnes was busily shaping loaves and placing them in the oven. The warm scent of yeast and flour mingled with the sweet aroma of ripening fruit from the nearby orchard, transporting you back to a time when life's simplest pleasures were enough. You strolled through the village, taking in the tranquil scene unfolding before your eyes. People moved slowly, their footsteps heavy on the cool evening air as they made their way to and from the alehouse. The sound of laughter and conversation carried across the square, punctuated by the occasional shout or playful jest. You noticed old Thomas, the village's resident storyteller, regaling a small crowd with tales of distant lands and mythical creatures. As you passed by the alehouse, you caught sight of the brewmaster, Master Edwin, carefully pouring foamy pints into wooden mugs for the thirsty patrons. He was an artist in his own right, coaxing flavors from the fermented grains that would put even the most discerning palates to shame. Yet as he worked, a faint whiff of fermentation wafted through the air, mingling with the smell of smoke and sweat. You couldn't help but wonder if Master Edwin was brewing ale again, his latest batch perhaps not quite up to par. The villagers had grown accustomed to his creative liberties when it came to their beverage of choice. Some said he added a dash of herbs here or a pinch of mysterious powder there, while others whispered that he simply got carried away with the fermenting process. As you pondered this, a faint knock on your door broke the spell of the evening calm. It was young Will, the village's apprentice brewer, who stood hesitantly in the doorway, his face lit by the flickering candlelight within. "Excuse me, good sir," he said quietly. "I couldn't help but notice Master Edwin is not quite pouring the best ale this evening." He nodded discreetly toward the alehouse. "Might I trouble you for your expertise on the matter?" You followed Will's gaze to where a small group of villagers sat sipping their pints with varying degrees of satisfaction. Some laughed and joked, while others looked decidedly perplexed. Ah, you said gently, I think we might have another batch that needs, shall we say, refining. You smiled wryly at Will. Would you like to come in and taste it for yourself? As the two of you made your way back into the house, the sounds of the village gradually faded from view, the laughter, the clucking chickens, even the distant hum of crickets receding into a gentle background hum. The air inside was thick with the scent of roasting meat and baking bread, carried on the warm breeze that caressed the window sills. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting shadows across the walls as you guided Will to a small table by the window. You poured 2 cups from the nearby jug, not Master Edwin's questionable ale, but a fine home-brewed drink made with love and care by your own hands. As you handed 1 cup to Will, he took a sip and his eyes widened in surprise. Good sir, he said quietly, this is indeed finer than Master Edwin's. Experiment. You chuckled softly at the understatement, smiling as the two of you sat down together on the bench beside the table. The evening sun cast its last rays through the window pane above them, a final burst of golden light that seemed to seep into every corner of the room. As they sipped their ale in comfortable silence, Will's eyes began to droop, his head nodding slightly toward your shoulder as if he were listening for something. His breathing slowed, and you watched with a warm heart as the young apprentice drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle rhythm of your companionable silence. The air was heavy with the scent of roasting meat now. The savory aroma that had wafted in earlier still clung to the room like a comforting blanket. You closed your eyes and let yourself sink into it, feeling the warmth spread through you as if carried on an invisible current. As the darkness deepened outside, shadows crept across the walls, casting an eerie calm over the house. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its gentle rhythm weaving itself seamlessly with the sound of your own heartbeat. Time lost all meaning, the present moment suspended like a midsummer breeze on the surface of a still pond. The world outside receded into a muffled hum as you sat there, wrapped in an unspoken understanding with Will. He lay sleeping by your side, his chest rising and falling softly, a lullaby sung to him by the peacefulness that had settled over them both. In this hushed atmosphere of shared contentment, even Master Edwin's questionable ale seemed almost unforgivable. As you sat there, savoring the quiet ease that had settled over the village like a soft blanket, even Master Edwin's questionable ale seemed almost tolerable in this hushed atmosphere of shared contentment. The fire crackled and spat, casting flickering shadows on the walls as it slowly consumed the last remnants of the evening meal. You let your gaze wander to the windows, where the night air was beginning to seep in, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming heather from beyond the village bounds. The darkness outside seemed almost palpable, a living entity that pressed against the wooden shutters and tried to creep into the warm glow within. You felt the gentle tug of exhaustion, like a thread slowly unraveling its weave, as your eyelids began their slow descent towards sleep. The soft murmur of conversation had given way to contented sighs and the occasional rustle of clothing as people shifted in their seats. As you stood up to join them, Master Edwin's voice rose in a pleasant rumble, recounting some tale or another from his extensive repertoire. His words were like the steady beat of a drum, lulling you deeper into the stillness that had settled over the village. The fire spat and crackled on, casting an ever-changing pattern of shadows on the walls as it consumed the last remnants of the evening meal. Outside in the darkness beyond the windows, the night air was alive with sounds. The hooting of owls, the rustle of small creatures through the underbrush, and the distant lowing of cattle. The wind had picked up slightly, carrying on its breath the scent of damp earth and new growth from the nearby fields. It whispered through the trees, creating an eerie melody that was both soothing and unnerving at the same time. You found yourself drawn to the windows once more, as if by some unseen force. Your hand reached out to push aside a shutter, releasing a faint creak of protest into the stillness. A sliver of night air slipped in, carrying with it the promise of freedom from the confines within. You breathed deeply, feeling the cool breeze fill your lungs and awaken something deep within. As you stood there, suspended between worlds, the village below seemed to come alive around you. The thatched roofs glowed like embers in the moonlight, casting long shadows across the narrow streets. Smoke drifted lazily from chimneys, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and cooking fires. It was a scene both familiar and timeless, as if it had been frozen for centuries, waiting only for you to arrive. You closed your eyes, letting the tranquility wash over you like a wave. The sounds outside seemed to grow louder, blending into a rich tapestry that enveloped you in its soothing rhythm. Your breath slowed, becoming synchronized with the beat of Master Edwin's tale, as if it too was part of some ancient, communal heartbeat. The hours ticked by slowly, each passing moment marked only by the steady advance of night and darkness beyond the windows. You felt your body begin to relax, letting go of its lingering tension like a leaf on an autumn breeze. Your thoughts grew hazy, drifting from one image to another without any discernible thread or purpose. As you stood there suspended between worlds, the world outside seemed to recede into the shadows. The night air was alive with sounds and scents that were both familiar and yet completely alien at the same time. You felt like a traveler, lost in some forgotten land, trying to find your way through an endless labyrinth of unfamiliar streets. Your thoughts returned to the fields beyond the village, where you would soon be heading for another long day's work under the unforgiving sun. The memory of it was already becoming hazy, as if seen through a veil of smoke and fog. You pushed aside the thought, unwilling to confront its reality just yet. The fire had burned down now, leaving only embers that glowed like dying coals in the darkness. Master Edwin's tale had long since ended, and the room was silent once more. The shadows cast by the flickering flames seemed to dance across the walls, as if trying to keep pace with your own increasingly labored breathing. As you turned away from the window, a faint creaking sound came from outside, a gate swinging open in the darkness. You felt no surprise at this. It was only one of many night sounds that would continue throughout the hours ahead. Your footsteps echoed softly through the quiet room as you made your way toward bed. The air seemed to thicken around you, growing heavy with an almost palpable presence. It was a stillness so complete that even the sound of crickets outside had ceased, leaving only an oppressive silence in its wake. You climbed into bed, feeling the soft give of straw beneath your body as if it were some welcoming cradle. Your eyelids began to droop once more, like petals falling from a flower. The darkness beyond the window seemed to recede further and further away, growing indistinct until it was barely visible at all. Your breathing slowed even more, becoming synchronized with the steady beat of your heart, that one sound that continued unabated throughout all your trials. As you drifted deeper into sleep, the sounds outside blended back in, a gentle rustling here, an occasional hoot there. The wind whispered through the trees once more, carrying on its breath the promise of another day yet to come. Your dreams were slow to begin, hesitant and uncertain as they struggled to emerge from some dimly lit recess within your mind. In this state, suspended between worlds and caught in a web of half-remembered sounds and scents, you felt yourself carried along by an unseen current, one that flowed through time itself like an underground river. The world above was still and quiet, bathed in the soft light of dawn as it slowly climbed into view. The night air had grown cool now, carrying with it a hint of dew-kissed grasses from beyond the fields. It rustled through your hair, awakening memories long buried beneath some forgotten threshold, memories that you would carry with you throughout another day yet to come. As the gentle breeze whispered through your hair once more, it rustled through memories long buried beneath some forgotten threshold, memories that you would carry with you throughout another day yet to come. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves rose from the nearby fields as morning dew glistened on the blades of grass like 1,000 tiny diamonds scattered across the landscape. You stood there, suspended between dreams and reality, while the silence was broken only by the soft creaking of wooden beams in the old cottage behind you. You took a deep breath, feeling the chill of dawn still lingering within your lungs, as the gray light crept over the horizon like a hesitant painter adding subtle strokes to an ever-changing canvas. The air held a promise of another day much like the last, tedium and drudgery intertwined with moments of quiet beauty that often escaped notice amidst the relentless cycle of work. You began to stir from your reverie, your gaze drifting toward the nearby pond where water lilies floated listlessly on its surface. Their white blooms seemed almost ethereal against the dull grayness of morning's early light, their delicate petals like wisps of cloud clinging tenuously to a world still awakening from slumber. A faint ripple spread across the pond as a fish broke the surface, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly sheen that sparkled briefly before being absorbed by the surrounding gloom. Your thoughts wandered back to the day ahead, another sequence of monotonous tasks waiting like boulders on some primordial plain. You had to tend to your family's small plot, coaxing forth reluctant crops from unforgiving soil. You would spend hours gathering firewood and kindling for a meager breakfast that might fill bellies but rarely brought joy. Yet as the stillness of morning wrapped itself around you like a shroud, something within nudged at your heart, an inexplicable sense of resignation mixed with faint hope. You ambled toward the cottage, boots scuffling against the dry earth in a familiar cadence that seemed almost to lull itself into slumber. The door creaked open on well-oiled hinges as you stepped inside, enveloping yourself within its worn wooden walls where shadows danced softly like living entities trying to grasp at fleeting memories. Inside, your wife stirred from her slumber, bleary-eyed and yawny, rubbing the sleep from her face with a practiced hand. She smiled weakly as she took in your rumpled features, a greeting that spoke volumes about its own exhaustion rather than any genuine warmth. Together, you shared an unspoken understanding born of countless mornings spent trudging through each new day side by side. You headed toward the hearth, where embers from last night's fire still smoldered like dying coals within their nest of ashes. With a practiced hand, you prodded them back to life with a chunk of dry kindling that let out a feeble sizzle as it caught alight. A low murmur spread through the cottage, your wife stirring in the loft above, children stirring below, each body awakening like a dormant seed sprouting into new life. The smell of smoke and dampness filled the air, mingling with last night's remnants. Scraps of stale bread on wooden trenchers, mugs left to dry from yesterday's meal. Your wife descended from the loft, her hair tied loosely beneath a worn linen cap that accentuated its wild tangles. She spoke softly as she passed you, mentioning something about needing to fetch water from the nearby well before the day grew too hot, an errand she'd tackle on your behalf while you prepared breakfast. You watched her leave through the doorway, noticing how her movements had grown more deliberate with each passing year, like a river finding its course over centuries of flowing stone and earth. The thought was fleeting as you turned to attend to the morning's meager offerings. Some bread that would soon grow stale, a few scraps of cheese too hard for teeth to bite through. You worked in silence, hands moving over wood or clay with practiced ease, your mind idling on trivialities like which patch of sunlight seemed most inviting this morning. As you labored, the world outside continued its quiet transformation. Water droplets condensed into tiny beads that trickled down leafy stems. Wind whispers carried through valleys where trees stood sentinel against an uncertain future. The fireplace crackled softly as embers grew stronger with each passing moment, their gentle popping sounding almost musical amidst the otherwise hushed atmosphere. The air inside began to warm, carrying scents of damp wood and cooking food that mingled like old friends who'd grown accustomed to each other's company over countless years. Your wife returned from her errand as breakfast was nearing completion. A porridge made with oats boiled in water till it reached an unappetizing consistency, something between glue and oatmeal. It filled your belly, but never satisfied the ache within that whispered hints of better times long past or distant horizons yet to be crossed. You shared a few hasty bites as morning sun crept higher into the sky, casting shadows shorter across fields where workers began their day amid sounds of laughter and rough conversation carried by the breeze. Your family ate in near silence, words spoken only when necessary, with each taking turns according to established routines. You ate first, then your wife, followed by the children. As they finished up their meager repast, a faint rustling came from outside, chickens beginning their daily search for breakfast scraps beneath overgrown hedges and neglected outbuildings. The sounds of early morning gradually accumulated, clucking, chirping calls carried on wind currents between distant villages, where unknown lives unfolded with equal monotony. With the meal done, you stepped outdoors once more into a world slowly awakening around you like some primeval force stirring within primordial earth. A breeze whispered secrets as leaves rustled softly in your wake. Dew glistened still upon blades of grass that shone almost liquid beneath early sunlight's first tentative touches, light now strong enough to cast shadows across fields where laborers struggled through another day much like the last. Time itself seemed fluid, a slow-moving river carrying its cargo of dusty lives and unending toil along winding paths where history unfolded in hushed whispers. In this quiet, you stood suspended between dreams yet to be had and memories long buried, each step forward, leading inevitably toward some other uncertain dawn, breaking over an endless expanse of land worn smooth by countless footsteps like your own. You glanced back at the cottage behind you, noticing how it sat nestled within a hollowed valley, surrounded by trees whose limbs stretched out toward distant hills, where wind whispers carried faintly through valleys yet unseen. The scene seemed timeless, as if this same morning had been repeating itself for centuries amidst seasons that passed with unchanging regularity. In this gentle stillness, the world's rhythms and your own became intertwined like threads in a tapestry so intricate it defied comprehension. Tedium and beauty entwined, each waiting patiently to be discovered within some forgotten threshold yet to come. As you settle deeper into your pallet of straw and worn blankets, the gentle stillness of the evening seeps into your bones like a warm ember. The world outside has slowed its pace, the sun's fiery edge dipping below the horizon to leave behind only whispers of orange and pink on the western sky. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the forest floor exhaling its musky breath as night begins to settle in. In this twilight realm, you find yourself lost in thought, your mind meandering through the labyrinthine corridors of daily life like a mouse searching for crumbs dropped by careless hands. Your thoughts graze upon the mundane tasks that fill each day, tending to the fire, fetching water from the nearby well, chopping kindling for the night's flames. Your eyes drift toward the interior of your humble home, a simple one-roomed cottage with walls made of rough-hewn stone and a roof tiled with heavy clay. The air inside is thick with the scent of smoke, sweat, and damp earth, the smell of life itself. As you glance about, your gaze falls upon the cramped space where you store fodder for your livestock. Bundles of hay, straw, and dried grasses stacked haphazardly against one wall. In this small corner of your home, time seems to stand still. The bundles sit unmoving, their fibers dry and brittle from long exposure to air. Their surface is pockmarked with the telltale signs of rodent nibbles, tiny holes like miniature mouths that have gnawed upon the tender shoots within. You can almost hear the faint scratching sounds made by those pesky creatures as they burrow through the stored hay, their beady eyes glowing in the dim light. Moving on to another corner of your home, you find yourself standing before a small alcove where firewood is stacked, split logs and corded branches that await their turn to warm the hearth. The air around this spot is filled with the musty smell of damp wood, its texture rough beneath your fingertips as you run them over the bark's weathered surface. It was once common practice for peasants like yourself to store both fodder and firewood within the home itself, an arrangement born from necessity rather than luxury. Space outside was scarce in densely populated villages. What little lay beyond doorways often belonged to neighboring properties or worse still, public thoroughfares. So you stored your supplies indoors. A jumble of hay bales, wooden crates filled with dried fruits and vegetables, and kindling wood scattered haphazardly across the floor. Your thoughts meander toward those early winter mornings when frosty winds howled through village streets like an untamed beast, its icy breath seeping beneath doorframes to chill even the warmest of hearths. The fire would need constant stoking, a thankless task in which you'd labor for hours on end, watching flames dance and lick at air as they struggled to stay alive. As night deepens outside, shadows cast within your home grow longer and darker, eerie silhouettes like grasping hands that seem to come from the very walls themselves. The flickering light of candles casts an orange glow upon the rough-hewn stone, a soft luminescence that dances across wooden beams before settling into the cracks between them. Your gaze falls once more upon those bundles of hay and stacks of firewood, each item imbued with its own distinct scent, damp earth, dry grasses, and wood smoke carried on the breeze from last night's embers. The air inside is heavy, a mixture of dampness and decay that clings to skin like an unseen mist. Time passes, the hours slipping away as silently as water flowing through a narrow stream bed. Shadows deepen within your home, darkness spreading its dark tendrils across every surface like some malignant growth waiting to consume all in sight. You might imagine yourself lost in this labyrinth of shadows and flickering candlelight, searching for lost threads of thought that seem to unravel themselves with each passing moment. Your mind begins to wander toward the tiny details, those infinitesimal moments within a life so often spent in drudgery, yet richly nuanced nonetheless. Like the rustle of small animals through underbrush outside your windows at dusk, or the way wooden floorboards creak beneath your weight as you move from one side of the room to another. As evening wears on and candlelight casts long shadows across stone walls, it's easy to become lost in these tiny details, suspended within a world both familiar yet strange. A world so small that its intricacies threaten to overwhelm. Countless threads weaving an ever-changing tapestry whose intricate patterns remain forever beyond the reach of comprehension. Within this quiet atmosphere, heavy with scents and shadows cast by flickering candlelight, it's as if time itself has become fluid once more. A river without banks or boundaries flowing through villages like yours where peasants dwell in cramped homes surrounded by fields and forests. As you walk through the village, the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet serves as a gentle reminder that even in the stillness of evening, life continues to unfold with its own deliberate pace. The air is heavy with scents, not just the wood smoke from cooking fires and the damp, earthy smell of newly turned soil, but also the faint tang of old leather and wool from your clothes, worn smooth by countless washings in the nearby stream. You pass by a group of women huddled around a fire, their faces aglow with the warm light that dances across their features like a gentle flame. They're sorting through bundles of freshly harvested flax, carefully separating the usable fibers from the coarse, fibrous bits that will be discarded. The soft clinking of threads against stone and wood is almost soothing, a sound you've grown accustomed to over countless seasons spent watching your family sort and spin their own wool. As you continue on your way, the light grows dimmer still, filtering through windows like tiny, glowing rectangles set into walls of rough-hewn stone. Shadows deepen within these openings, taking on lives of their own as they stretch across floorboards worn smooth by generations of footsteps. You can almost see the faint outlines of long-forgotten conversations etched onto those surfaces, whispers and laughter, disputes and sighs that still linger in the wood itself. Your path carries you past a small cottage where an elderly woman sits at her door, eyes fixed on some distant point as she slowly weaves a tapestry. The soft clickety-clack of her loom is almost hypnotic, a steady heartbeat that underscores the quiet moments between villagers strolling through evening air still heavy with scents and shadows. Within this peaceful atmosphere, where time itself has become fluid once more, a river without banks or boundaries flowing through villages like yours where peasants dwell in cramped homes surrounded by fields and forests, you notice something peculiar. A faint, powdery residue clings to your clothes, as if the very air itself had sprinkled its secrets onto your garments. You brush at it with your hand, dislodging small clouds of powder that dance upwards into the fading light like tiny wisps of smoke. Almond shells, you recall now, are a common ingredient in many village remedies. Ground fine and mixed with other herbs, They're applied to sores, cuts, and scrapes as a poultice or rubbed directly onto skin for their supposed antiseptic properties. This particular concoction had been prepared by your wife earlier that day, its powdery residue lingering on clothing like an aftertaste of some long-finished meal. You remember the gentle way she'd smoothed it across your arms and shoulders, her hands moving with a quiet confidence born from years spent practicing traditional remedies passed down through generations. Now, as you move through village streets growing quieter by the minute, this faint dust clings to every inch of fabric like an old companion that refuses to be shaken off. It catches in the folds of your cloak and beneath loose-fitting sleeves, clinging stubbornly to these places even when you brush at it with a sleeve or wipe away small clouds of powder from fingertips. Your steps take you past fields recently tilled for spring planting, the soil dark and rich smelling after winter's rest. In one corner stands an old windmill, its sails stilled now that day is almost gone. The sound carries across these open spaces, a low creaking in the wooden framework as night winds begin to stir. You watch as someone tends to a nearby garden bed, hands gently coaxing shoots of tender green from beneath mulched soil and leaves left over from last autumn's harvest. Water trickles through wooden slats, creating an almost soothing melody that drifts across evening air thick with scents, damp earth, fresh growth, distant cooking smoke. Night is falling slowly now, its shadow creeping across fields like a dark tide spreading out to claim the land once more. Stars begin their slow dance in the sky above pinpricks of light that cast no shadows of their own, but instead seem to radiate an almost ethereal glow into village streets growing quiet and still. As you continue your evening stroll, you come upon a group gathered at the edge of town, men sitting with mugs raised high as they share stories of harvest yields past. Their voices carry through the calm air, laughter mingling with tales of bountiful crops brought in by generations of their own families. You listen for a moment from a nearby vantage point, letting the steady cadence of these conversations wash over you like a warm breeze on a summer's day. The sound carries an almost primeval quality to it, men bonding through shared experiences and laughter as night gathers in around them, shadows deepening within doorways now closed off against this peaceful evening air. As the last remnants of daylight succumb to darkness, the village takes on an otherworldly quality, a place where the past seems woven into every thread of fabric worn by its inhabitants. The soft clinking of almond shells clinging to your clothing serves as a reminder that even in this quiet atmosphere, moments both small and significant continue unfolding like tiny threads within some grand tapestry. You watch for a while longer, letting sounds carry you along on their gentle tide until the wind picks up slightly, whispers through trees now dark against evening sky. The village itself becomes a living creature, breathing softly as night settles in around its dwellings. As darkness deepens further still, shadows cast by flickering candlelight seem to grow more vibrant within windows and doorways, small pools of light that serve as beacons into the quiet hours ahead. Night air stirs with an almost primeval energy now, carrying scents from far-off fields, forests, and distant village fires. In this peaceful atmosphere where shadows stretch out across walls like living things, you begin to sense a rhythm unique to your world, one of cycles both small and grand. Cycles within the land itself, seasons born and dying in turn, as well as those tied to daily routines practiced by villagers since childhood. You notice now that almond shell residue clinging to clothing has all but disappeared under gentle breeze, carrying scents from far-off fields and distant village fires. The once familiar sensation is gone, leaving behind only the faintest memory of its presence like a ghostly echo within your mind. This feeling becomes part of you, one with countless other sensations tied both to daily routines practiced by villagers since childhood as well as cycles born out of land itself, seasons ebbing and flowing in their own primeval rhythm. You feel it deep within, an almost imperceptible vibration like the hum of a harp string plucked gently by night air now stirring through village streets. In this quiet hour before slumber claims you once more, when shadows stretch across walls like living things and candlelight creates small pools of warmth within doorways, you begin to realize that your daily world is not so very different from the lives lived by those who came before. A delicate balance exists between moments both grand and small, woven together into a rich tapestry. Time passes slowly now as night deepens further still, its gentle energy carrying scents through village streets like an old friend returning after long absence. As night deepens further still, its gentle energy carrying scents through village streets like an old friend returning after long absence, you find yourself standing amidst the quiet of a medieval farmstead. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder that even in the midst of this rural idyll, nature's cycle of life and death persists. The wind stirs lazily through the village, rustling the dry reeds that line the narrow stream running through its center, creating an almost soothing melody to lull you into a state of calm. The sky above is a deep shade of indigo, with only a few stars visible in the darkening expanse. As your eyes adjust to the dim light, you notice the faint outline of wooden buildings and thatched roofs, their edges softened by the softness of night. You've been working on this farm for nigh on 20 years now, and yet, every day still feels like a struggle against the unforgiving land. The sun beats down relentlessly during the summer months, sucking moisture from your skin, leaving you feeling parched and irritable. In winter, it's the biting cold that afflicts you, icy winds howling through the fields, making even simple tasks feel like an ordeal. Tonight is a typical example of this never-ending cycle. You've spent the day toiling in the muddy fields, plowing and planting for what feels like an eternity. Your muscles ache from the back-breaking work, your hands are raw from gripping the wooden handles of the plow, and your eyes feel gritty from squinting against the dust that refuses to settle. As you stand there surveying the quiet village, a faint scent wafts on the breeze, something sweet and earthy. You recognize it as the smell of newly turned soil, rich with decaying plant matter and dampness. It's an aroma both familiar and comforting, yet also redolent of hard work. Time was when this farm would have been bustling with activity even at night, people moving about, their footsteps echoing off the wooden buildings, the sound of laughter and music carrying on the wind. But tonight is a rare moment, one of those fleeting instances where the village seems to breathe a collective sigh of relief, exhaling all its tension into the stillness. You take a deep breath, letting your shoulders sag in resignation as you acknowledge that this will be another long night ahead. You're not just a peasant, you are also a farmer. And farming is a never-ending task. No matter how much land you till or crops you plant, there's always something more to do. The wind stirs once more, carrying with it the faint sound of distant frogs croaking in unison, their chirping rising and falling like some ancient folk song, sung only by creatures that thrive under cover of darkness. You let this melancholy tune wash over you as your gaze drifts toward the farm's kitchen, a small wooden building nearby where someone is likely stirring up tonight's dinner. As if summoned by your attention to food, a savory aroma wafts from within, roasted meats simmering in a rich broth, perhaps with some root vegetables or wild herbs added for flavor. Your stomach growls softly at the prospect of this meal, simple yet satisfying, like many meals you've eaten over the years on this farm. You remember the countless hours spent tending those animals, pigs and chickens mostly, which provided most of your family's meat. The endless task of feeding them, milking cows by hand, mucking out their pens. Those chores might seem trivial to outsiders, but were crucial for survival in a world where food was scarce and laborious to produce. The hours tick away as you continue standing there, lost in thought about the daily drudgery that is farming. You recall how your back used to ache less when working with oxen, at least until they got too old or sickly. Then it'd be horses or even donkeys for heavier tasks. Each animal requires a different handling style and more attention than you have time for, making every step of the process feel unnecessarily arduous. You shift your weight slightly as memories wash over you like ripples on water, remembering days spent repairing tools made from wood and iron, struggling to make do with limited resources, always facing challenges that felt insurmountable at first but eventually became second nature through sheer force of repetition. Your mind starts running a mental inventory: seed stocks, farm equipment, animal health. Every tiny detail seems important now. The sun will rise again tomorrow, another day filled with back-breaking toil in the fields and endless chores around the farmstead. It's almost as if time stands still between those dawn and dusk hours, when you're stuck amidst this ceaseless routine of laboring over land that refuses to yield its bounty easily. Every year, more people move away from these rural areas for better opportunities elsewhere, often leaving behind only memories. For now, though, stand here a little longer under the soft darkness of night. The air carries whispers from past and present, your family's history etched into every mud-cracked wall and wooden beam, stories about seasons changing with each passing year like the relentless cycle of life itself. And you, well, you are just another faceless figure lost in this endless stretch of land that demands everything, but offers little except hard work. The moon has risen higher now, casting a silver glow across the landscape as shadows deepen and lengthen around every corner of your small village. It is almost time for bed, a restful night's sleep before facing dawn once more to resume the Sisyphean task that comes with being a peasant farmer in this medieval world. As you begin walking toward your own dwelling, situated just near the edge of the farmstead, the darkness seems less oppressive now. Your footsteps echo softly off the wooden buildings as you make your way through the quiet village streets. Each step carries its share of weight, memories, and concerns jostling for space within your mind, like travelers seeking lodging at a busy inn. You are not alone in this endless cycle. There's always someone nearby, their presence almost invisible unless needed. You pass close to several dwellings now, each family with their own unique rhythms of life but shared struggles against the unforgiving land they till and reap from year after year. As you continue on your way to the village market, the rhythm of your footsteps syncopates with the gentle hum of conversation from within the dwellings you pass by. Each family has its own distinct cadence, some rising early for a day's work in the fields, while others linger in bed until the first light of dawn creeps over the thatched roofs. You notice how each household has adapted to their lot in life. The elderly couple who live at the edge of the village tending to their small vegetable garden with a love and dedication you can almost taste. The young family next door, whose children's laughter carries on the breeze like the soft lapping of waves against the shore. The sounds of sizzling meat and baking bread waft from various windows, mingling with the acrid smell of burning dung, a constant reminder that even in these rural outposts, life is not as idyllic as it may seem. You approach a small clearing where several women are gathered by the well, their faces set against the weight of their daily tasks. One of them catches your eye and nods in greeting. Another wipes her hands on a tattered apron before offering you a water skin. You take a moment to drink from its cool liquid, refreshing after walking through the dusty lanes. As you pass by each dwelling, notice how they're arranged. Some with their doors facing east for warmth, others westward to catch the fading light of day. The windows are small and narrow, just enough to allow in slivers of sunlight during the day or emit a soft glow at night when candles flicker within. You come upon a family whose home seems particularly uninviting, overgrown gardens, loose boards creaking in the wind, an air of neglect that hangs heavy as a miasma. Yet you see how they've adapted to their circumstances. Makeshift repairs patch together torn fabric and missing stones. Scraps of cloth serve as impromptu patches for broken shutters. Your footsteps become slower now, as if drawn into the quiet reverie that pervades these backwater lanes. You notice a small bird perched on the windowsill of one dwelling, its feathers a dull brown, its eyes bright with curiosity as it watches you pass by. A faint scent wafts from within. Yesterday's stew simmered overnight, leaving behind an aroma both savory and stale. As you continue your meandering path to the market, the village begins to stir, people emerging for their daily routines, exchanging quiet greetings and nods of acknowledgement. Each face has its own unique topography of lines and creases etched by time, weather, and hard work. Some look up from their tasks with a hint of curiosity, while others keep their eyes fixed on the ground. You pause to let an elderly man pass, his back bent beneath the weight of years and labor. He moves at a deliberate pace, each step measured as if charting the rhythms of life itself, slow, steady, unyielding. His eyes cloud over for a moment as he catches your eye, then clear once more with a flicker of recognition. The air grows thick with anticipation now that morning has broken. It's almost time to head out into the fields or attend to whatever tasks await you in this small corner of the world. You take one last glance at these quiet lanes, a glimpse into lives lived beneath the radar, away from grand events and sweeping histories, just people eking out their existence within this tiny bubble of space. Your feet lead you toward the market square now, where stalls begin to unfold like a tapestry woven from threads of everyday life. People cluster around sellers hawking their wares, fresh vegetables, dried herbs, handmade textiles, all laid out with an unassuming simplicity that speaks to the heart of this community's values. As you merge into the throng, notice how each person carries themselves. Some proud and upright like a reed swaying in the breeze, others bent beneath weighty loads or creaking joints. The sounds grow louder now, voices raised in haggling, animals bleating, children chattering excitedly about whatever new wonders they've discovered. Your gaze wanders to a small stall tucked away at the edge of the market. An elderly woman selling bunches of fresh mint, its fragrance wafting like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. Her eyes sparkle as she wraps your purchase in a strip of worn cloth. You exchange pleasantries about the weather and last night's rain. You take your leave now, returning to whatever tasks await you, tending to livestock, patching fences, or perhaps helping with harvest preparations for one of the nearby estates. The day wears on, carrying its own gentle rhythms into the silence that follows as evening descends. Fireflies dancing like tiny lanterns in the fading light, crickets providing a soothing background hum, and above it all, the rustling leaves of trees whispering secrets only known to them. As you settle back into your daily routine, tasks both mundane and pressing, remember how each person within this village has their own narrative thread woven into the rich tapestry of everyday life. Struggles and triumphs, hopes and fears. And though it may not be grand or epic in scale, there's a quiet beauty to living out one's days in these backwater lanes. The sun begins its slow descent now, casting long shadows across the fields as day gives way to night. The air cools, taking on a hint of dampness that promises another rain shower is brewing. You take your place within this patchwork world, carrying forward the small tasks and routines that give shape to each new day. Your feet lead you toward the nearby forest, perhaps for firewood or just to clear one's mind amidst the quiet shadows of trees swaying in the evening breeze. The sun dips lower still, casting an orange glow over all it touches. Dew-kissed grass, weathered stone walls, and finally your own face reflecting back from a window pane. As day succumbs to night, notice how these small, often overlooked moments become the building blocks of lives lived beneath the radar. Quiet rhythms that pulse through each person's existence like an underground river. These mundane tasks, worn faces, and everyday struggles weave together into the fabric of your daily life, not as grand tales or high drama, but rather a tapestry woven from countless tiny threads. The sky deepens now to a rich shade of indigo, punctuated by stars that twinkle like diamonds scattered across velvet blackness. Night's hush settles over all. Crickets cease their chirping, the rustling leaves fall silent, and you stand still for an instant, poised between day and darkness. As the last light bleeds from the sky, your footsteps lead you toward a soft bed, or perhaps a makeshift pallet of straw in some forgotten corner. The night air whispers secrets only known to it, ancient stories hidden within each grain of sand or leaf, unspoken fears shared among shadows dancing on walls. As you stand outside your small cottage, gazing out into the night air that whispers secrets only known to it, ancient stories hidden within each grain of sand or leaf, unspoken fears shared among shadows dancing on walls, a gentle breeze stirs the dry underbrush and rustles the leaves overhead. You breathe in deeply, feeling the crispness of the evening chill seep into your bones. The village is quiet now, its inhabitants retired to their beds for the night, lulled by the soft hooting of owls in the nearby woods or the occasional distant bark of a stray dog. The full moon casts an ethereal glow over the thatched roofs and rough-hewn stone walls, making them seem almost spectral against the deepening blue-black sky. You glance down at your own hands, calloused from years of toil on the land, now resting idle by your sides as you prepare for bed. Your skin is tanned a deep brown from countless hours in the sun, and your fingers are stained with the residue of last week's soil tilling, an unremovable reminder of the work that awaits come morning. In this peaceful atmosphere, it's almost easy to forget about the endless chores and backbreaking labor that fills most days. Your thoughts begin to drift towards tomorrow's tasks. Plowing the north field, checking on the new batch of chicks in the coop, perhaps some light repairs to the cottage roof if the weather holds. But for now, there are more pressing concerns, namely, getting cleaned up after a long day. You head inside, pushing open the creaky door that hinges let out a tired squeak as it yields to your gentle push. As you step into the darkness of your home, you're enveloped by the scent of smoke and damp earth, familiar smells that have become almost comforting over time. The fire from earlier in the day has burned down to embers, casting flickering shadows on the walls like a living thing. You can feel its warmth seeping through the air, but it's not enough to dispel the evening chill entirely. Your wife, Godova, her name an apt reminder of her stout figure and kind heart, stirs in their shared bed, nestled against one side of the cottage wall. Her eyes flicker open as you approach, a soft good night mumbled into the darkness before she settles back into slumber. You smile to yourself, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own set of exhaustion and hard work. Your gaze drifts towards the small collection of items laid out on a nearby stool, a bowl containing last night's cold gruel, some dried herbs for medicinal purposes, an old clay jug used as a makeshift urinal when needed. It looks like a meager offering, but it will do until morning light brings new tasks and fresh water from the well. On your way to clean up, you notice that there are no towels in sight, just a few worn-out pieces of linen for drying off after a bath or shower. You've grown accustomed to this simple arrangement. Besides, cold air doesn't cling as strongly when you're dry, does it? It's hard to recall what life was like before moving here from the city years ago. Probably some sort of elaborate bathing system with hot running water and heated towels. That sounds more trouble than it's worth. In any case, a quick splash in the nearby stream will suffice tonight, just enough to clean off the dust and sweat accumulated during the day. Your movements are slow and deliberate now. You've lost all urgency for anything but sleep after that long day of tilling and hauling water from the well. You pad across the creaky floorboards, your bare feet making barely a sound as you move towards the small wooden bucket propped against one wall, filled with lukewarm water, collected earlier in the evening to make morning's ablutions easier. In this calm state of mind, it doesn't seem worth worrying about things like cleanliness or comfort. These thoughts come and go, they're ephemeral whispers that vanish as soon as you try to grasp them. For now, while your body still holds a semblance of energy and the quiet night air still wraps around you, there's no need for grand worries. You dip your hands into the bucket, feeling the cool liquid envelop them like a gentle caress. It stings slightly against dry skin but isn't cold enough to make your fingers numb, so it'll do. You splash some water on your face and rinse off any residual grime that clung stubbornly all day long. That's about as much effort you can muster tonight. Tomorrow will bring a new set of tasks, just like every other day in this quiet village where time seems to pass with its own deliberate rhythm, one marked by the changing seasons, not some artificial construct called time imposed upon us by city folk. As you settle into your small bed of straw and worn wool blankets, the gentle creaking of the wooden frame beneath you provides a soothing lullaby to guide you deeper into slumber. The faint scent of damp earth and mold from last night's rain wafts through the open window, carrying with it the promise of a fresh new day tomorrow. Outside, the evening air cools and the crickets begin their nocturnal serenade, providing a soft background hum that gradually overtakes all other sounds. You've managed to eke out another full day in this quiet village, where every task is carried out at its own pace without urgency or haste. Tomorrow will be much like today. Rise before dawn, tend the fire, attend to your duties, and perhaps steal a few moments for yourself amidst the unending drudgery of daily life. Your mind begins to wander as you drift toward sleep, thinking about all that still needs doing, but it's not until later in the night that the weight of these tasks starts to press down on you once more. As your eyelids grow heavy, they begin to flutter with tiny tremors, like a bird taking flight and then settling back into its nest. Your breathing slows, becoming as gentle as a summer breeze rustling through the village's central square. The fire in the hearth has burned low, casting flickering shadows on the walls that dance and twist, reminding you of the countless hours spent huddled around this very flame. Your stomach growls softly within your torso, a hollow echo from earlier in the day when bread and porridge filled your belly. Now, with only the faint scent of last night's dinner lingering in your nostrils, it feels as though something vital has been left unsaid, forgotten between one full moon cycle and the next, perhaps not that important at first glance, but a nagging presence nonetheless. As you continue to drift toward slumber, your thoughts turn to bread. Not just any bread, but the very foundation of our daily sustenance. Coarse flour milled from last season's harvest, kneaded with care by those who can spare a few moments each day for what feels like an endless ritual of mixing and pressing, their hands developing a deep familiarity with the dough as they shape it into loaves to be baked in the communal oven. But tonight, you remember that bread's purpose extends beyond sustenance. Its crust becomes compost when discarded. Your mind starts to wander through memories associated with waste, straws scattered about after a storm, peeling vegetable scraps left on the kitchen table, waiting for their turn under the earth where they can nourish next year's crops. As images of decaying organic matter rise up like old friends from your subconscious, you feel a faint connection between decay and renewal. The village has always been tied to the land, in ways both practical and mystical, each aspect weaving together seamlessly as time moves forward at its own deliberate pace. Seasons are what govern our days here. They mark progress, tell us when it's time for one thing or another, remind us of life's cycle. Seeds sprouting into tender shoots that ripen on the vine before wilting back to dust, and in this eternal dance between growth and decay lies a certain melancholy. In contrast with cities where artificial divisions govern each moment, day breaks at dawn, hours marked by bell tolls or some other external signal. Days spent indoors staring up at walls adorned with numbers that seem to pulse like veins on the skin of a great beast. Here in this quiet village, time moves differently. We measure our lives according to changes within ourselves. When crops ripen and are ready for harvest, when summer's warmth gives way to autumn's chill. Time seems more malleable out there, less tied to arbitrary divisions or man-made constructs that fail to capture its true essence, though it can be hard sometimes to discern the passage of time amidst all this quiet. When you look up at the sky and watch clouds drift lazily across a blue canvas, their shadows casting intricate patterns on the ground below, it's easy to forget about artificial concepts like hours or days. Your eyelids grow heavier still. Your breathing has slowed until almost imperceptible, yet somehow amidst this peacefulness, thoughts continue to creep in. They're not particularly disturbing, but instead represent the quiet fears and anxieties that come with knowing there will always be another day just around the corner. More tasks, another harvest season or winter's chill. Perhaps it's the weight of tomorrow's responsibilities pressing against your chest like a physical burden you can't quite shake. Perhaps it's something else entirely. Whatever it is, as night wears on and village life settles into its own rhythmic pulse, these thoughts begin to unravel themselves without much fanfare. They fade away into the silence, disappearing beneath the surface of an untroubled mind. Tomorrow will bring new tasks just like every other day, but for now, let your breathing slow further still. The fire has died down completely, leaving behind only a faint smoldering that casts a reddish glow across the room, warm enough to see by but cold enough not to be uncomfortable, an inviting ambience perfect for drifting into sleep. Your body relaxes as you succumb fully to slumber's gentle pull, muscles uncoiling like twigs snapped loose from their winter grasp, releasing held tensions and calming all internal debates. With each passing moment, the world around becomes quieter still. Birds cease singing outside your window, crickets fall silent. Even the fire has died down almost completely. In this serene environment, darkness gradually gathers around you, an unassuming presence that settles into every corner like a soft blanket pulled over a warm body on a cold winter's night. Your breathing slows to match the tempo of the world outside, calm and measured, no longer disturbed by those pesky thoughts or worries that threaten your peace. Time itself seems to bend in this quiet village, willing to accommodate whatever rhythm you bring to it. As you rest now, enveloped by the peacefulness of night, it becomes almost possible to believe that tomorrow will be exactly like today. Another day filled with routine tasks, perhaps some respite from them when a friend stops by for conversation or an errand is completed and free time stretches out before you once more. But even as this thought surfaces, gentle and calming in its own right, the darkness outside begins to seep into every nook of your being, claiming all worries, fears, and anxieties that lingered just beneath the surface. It wraps around them like a shroud, peaceful, unobtrusive, yet suffocating in its quiet strength. In this state of deep relaxation, time ceases to matter, neither pressing forward with an endless list of tasks, nor standing still as if waiting for some external stimulus to get it moving again. The world around you has grown dark and very quiet. Only the faint scent of damp earth lingers on your nostrils, reminding you that even decay is a part of life's cycle. Your breathing slows further, almost imperceptible now. In this final moment before sleep claims you completely, you feel weightless, free from burdensome thoughts or anxieties about tomorrow, yet still connected to the simple rhythms of village life where time passes at its own deliberate pace. As you drift into the stillness of night, the weightlessness begins to seep into your body like a warm, golden honey. Your thoughts, which had been buzzing with worry and concern for tomorrow's tasks, start to untangle themselves from one another, releasing their hold on your mind. The rhythmic creaking of the wooden beam above your bed, that gentle, soothing sound that's become so familiar it's almost inaudible, seems to take up the task of unwinding your mental threads. You feel yourself being carried along by the slow, lazy breeze that stirs outside, rustling the leaves and whispering secrets through the village. The air is heavy with moisture, carrying on its breath the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation from the nearby forest. You breathe it in deeply, feeling your lungs expand and let out a long, relaxed sigh. It's as if time itself has slowed down to match the pace of the night. Your heart rate slows, and you feel more connected to the quiet world around you than ever before. The darkness presses against your eyelids like a gentle weight, urging them shut, but not yet willing to let go completely. You're suspended in this liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, free from the burdens of the day's labors. As you lay there, you become aware of the faint sounds drifting through the thatched roof above's distant hooting of owls, the low rumble of a nearby stream, the muffled murmur of crickets in the darkness. These night creatures provide an undulating accompaniment to your reverie, weaving their own soft melodies into the tapestry of silence. Your thoughts begin to wander back to the tasks you left unfinished during the day, the half-buried weeds that needed digging up, the small patch of soil still unprepared for planting. The memories linger in your mind like a faint ache, but they're no longer troubling. Instead, they seem almost distant and irrelevant now. In this quiet state, your imagination starts to wander through the mundane routines of daily life, those seemingly endless tasks that often fill up most of our days. You think about the making of fertilizer, how it's done by hand with such painstaking care, yet often results in a product barely fit for use on even the most struggling crops. You remember the countless hours you spent helping your mother prepare compost from last season's dung, breaking down the dried-up patties into manageable pieces, mixing them with straw and water to create that distinctive, loamy aroma. It was hard work, but somehow both physically demanding and intellectually dull at the same time, as if you were performing a never-ending task without ever truly understanding its purpose. As your mind drifts through this process, it becomes clear how often such tasks, mundane yet essential, have been taken for granted throughout history. The people who came before us didn't always see their daily routines as tedious and monotonous. They understood the intrinsic value of these labors, recognizing that every thread in a tapestry contributes to its beauty. Your thoughts settle on a particular day when you helped your family make fertilizer from the winter's collection of manure. The smell was overpowering, pungent, earthy, with hints of rot and decay, but it seemed almost intoxicating, like being enveloped by an acrid perfume that brought forth memories of warmth and life. You recall standing alongside your mother as she scooped up bucketfuls of the mixture from a wooden trough, carefully pouring each one into a separate heap. Her hands moved with practiced ease, their palms creasing slightly at the knuckles where calluses had formed over time. You watched in fascination as the liquid part, what you'd later learn to call piggery juice, began seeping through the straw and into the waiting heaps of dry matter. The process took hours, sometimes days if it rained or snowed, which could slow things down even further due to reduced sunlight. Yet during this time, your mother would often engage you in conversations about life's more abstract topics. Stories from her own childhood growing up near a great river, tales passed down through generations of family members who traveled the world and returned with unique perspectives. You remember listening intently as she recounted how people used to believe certain foods held mystical properties, that eating beans would bring good luck for farmers, while others believed consuming onions could ward off evil spirits. Such superstitions were woven into everyday life like an intricate pattern, influencing decisions on what crops to plant and harvest, even dictating the layout of entire villages. These memories now seem distant, yet their significance remains palpable, a testament to how people in medieval times connected their daily routines with deeper spiritual realities that often eluded modern understanding. They recognized themselves as part of an intricate web of relationships between humans, animals, plants, and natural elements, acknowledging the intrinsic value within each task performed. Your reverie deepens further still as images from those days, sights, smells, sounds become intertwined like threads in a tapestry, richly textured but fragile to touch. The night around you continues its gentle stirring. Leaves rustle, wind whispers secrets through reeds outside your window pane. Time itself begins to blur, becoming one with the world's slumbering heartbeat as it slows down its measured pace. Your eyelids grow heavy once more, now almost too much for their own good, and a faint tremor starts running along the surface of your body, signaling that sleep is closing in. Your thoughts settle into an even deeper calm, memories and sensations intertwining like vines climbing up stone walls, colors softening to muted hues as shadows gather around. You feel suspended between wakefulness and slumber, both connected yet separate from them at the same time. As these last remnants of consciousness fade, a final thought emerges. As these last remnants of consciousness fade, a final thought emerges. The endless cycle of labor that defined your existence as a medieval peasant. You are back in the fields now, standing amidst the rows of tilled earth and withered crops, feeling the weight of another day's toil bearing down upon you. The sun rises over the horizon, its gentle warmth spreading across the landscape like an ember glowing brighter by degrees. The air stirs, carrying on its breath the sweet scent of damp soil and the faint tang of wildflowers blooming in the nearby hedgerows. You breathe it in deeply, feeling the cool morning mist cling to your skin as you begin another day's work. The oxen, their coats a rusty red from years of labor, low quietly in anticipation of breakfast, while you prepare for the long hours ahead. The thatched roof of your small cottage glows with a warm light, beckoning you toward the simple comforts within a hot meal, perhaps some time to rest by the fire. But there's no respite yet, not until the day's work is done. You set out across the fields, your worn leather boots scuffling through the dew-kissed grass as you make for the nearest furrow. The earth beneath your feet is damp and yielding, giving slightly with each step, while the wooden plowshare at the end of your yoke bites into it with a gentle crunching sound. You pull steadily forward, feeling the oxen's strength behind you, their hooves pounding out a steady beat on the dry earth. The sun climbs higher now, casting long shadows across the landscape as if it were trying to escape the day's heat. The air begins to stir more rapidly, carrying with it the whispers of crickets and the distant hum of bees as they flit from bloom to bloom in search of nectar. You work steadily on, your hands moving through the familiar motions, digging, sowing, reaping, each one a small cog in the vast machine that kept you alive. As morning wears into late morning, the sun reaches its zenith and casts an unforgiving glare across the landscape. The air seems to shimmer with heat haze, making it difficult to distinguish between the fields and the sky above. You squint against the brightness, your eyes watering from the effort of seeing in such light. Your hands, too, are beginning to blister, a painful reminder that even small movements can take their toll on worn skin. Despite the discomforts, you press onward, driven by necessity as much as habit. There's little time for rest or indulgence, not with winter looming on the horizon and its promise of cold darkness and meager rations. Every day counts now, every grain sown, every animal fed, every patch of land tilled to its limits. As midday approaches, you take a brief respite from labor to eat your simple meal beneath the shade of an ancient oak tree. The food is plain but filling. Coarse bread and watery pottage made from scraps of vegetable and stale grain, served up in wooden bowls that are scratched and worn from countless meals past. You wash it down with a swig of ale or cider, whatever's to hand, feeling the cool liquid soothe your parched throat. The meal over, you return to work refreshed but no less weary for its brevity. The sun dips slowly toward the west now, casting long shadows across the fields and making every patch of land seem slightly darker than before. You know that this is almost the end of another day's labor, a time when the light begins to fade and you're left with nothing but your thoughts. You look out over the landscape as it stretches into the hazy distance, your eyes tracing the curves of hills and valleys beyond the nearest field boundary. In these moments of quiet contemplation, you can almost imagine that the world is not so very different from yours, a patchwork quilt of fields and forests stitched together by unseen threads. The thought brings with it a strange sort of comfort, an understanding that despite your hardships, there are others like yourself out in this vast expanse, struggling through their own daily routines. It's almost as if you're part of something larger than the petty struggles of your individual life, something connected to the earth itself and its cycles. But these moments of introspection are fleeting. Soon enough you'll be lost in the rhythm of labor once more. You glance down at the withered stalks sprouting from the soil before you, their fragile leaves trembling gently in the breeze as if in anticipation of another season's growth. A reminder that even when your own body feels worn and weary, there is still life unfolding within this patchwork landscape. The shadows stretch longer now, growing darker by the minute. You know it won't be long until night begins to fall, bringing with it its own quiet rhythms. The hooting of owls, the barking of distant dogs, the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. For one moment, you let yourself drift into that tranquil world, a place where time itself seems to slow and labor's relentless push is forgotten. Yet even as your thoughts begin to wander toward more peaceful realms, there are reminders waiting to jolt you back to reality. The clucking of chickens as they scurry across the yard in search of scraps, the lowing of oxen as they settle into their stalls for the night, and the creaking groan of wooden beams beneath your weight as you return home. You're tired, yes, but also quietly satisfied. For despite all its hardships, this is a life lived on familiar terms, one where every day's toil brings with it some measure of comfort, some small degree of satisfaction in knowing that the cycle will repeat itself come dawn once more. And as you settle into your chair by the fire, the embers crackling softly beneath their thin layer of ash, the shadows cast by flickering flames dance across your face. For a moment, just one brief shining instant, all is at peace within this quiet world of yours. As you stand amidst the serene stillness of evening, the sun's gentle descent casting long shadows across the thatched roof of your humble abode, a faint whisper of contentment rustles through the air like a summer breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers. For a moment, just one brief shining instant, all is at peace within this quiet world of yours, where the rhythms of life unfold with a measured cadence. You notice, as you gaze out into the fading light, that the evening's first stars are beginning to twinkle in the sky like tiny diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse. The air grows cooler, carrying the sweet fragrance of damp earth and the soft scent of hay, remnants from last night's supper wafting through the open door. Your thoughts, however, soon turn to the tasks at hand, or rather, the tasks yet undone, for in this world where labor is a constant companion, there can be no pause. Tomorrow will bring its own set of chores and responsibilities, just as today has brought yours, tending to the small plot you call your garden, coaxing life from the reluctant earth, caring for the animals that provide sustenance but also require attention and care. As you stand at the threshold, lost in thought, a faint rustling sound comes from within. It's only Bessie, your loyal cow, stirring restlessly on her straw-lined stall, seeking to be milked once more before nightfall. The soft creak of wooden beam against post echoes through the dimly lit room as you step inside to attend to her needs. In this moment, the sounds and scents that fill your world blend together in a rich tapestry, the clucking hens making their evening complaints from the nearby coop, the muffled lowing of the oxen as they settle into their stalls for the night, the faint smell of smoke rising from the hearth where your mother or sister stirs up tonight's supper, perhaps some stew made with last week's leftover vegetables and scraps of meat. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating patches of dust motes suspended in air like tiny ballerinas performing an ethereal dance. Your footsteps creak softly against the wooden floorboards as you make your way to Bessie's stall, her gentle lowing a reminder that she waits for your attention. The task at hand is simple yet crucial. Milking by firelight is not only necessary but also somewhat hazardous without proper care. A careless mistake could result in bruised hands or even more serious injury, and so you approach the operation with a measured respect for this delicate balance between life-giving sustenance and potentially devastating risk. Your mind wanders to the previous day's news. Perhaps it was your brother who shared tales of the market square, speaking about new goods arriving from far-off lands, or maybe your father spoke of local politics and disputes over land rights. In any case, such conversations always seem distant now, as you immerse yourself in these mundane tasks that fill each passing day. The gentle rhythm of Bessie's breathing synchronizes with yours as together you prepare for the evening's routine, cleaning up after dinner, perhaps doing some mending or repairing items around the cottage. Your fingers work deftly under her guidance, though it seems less about instruction and more a learned sequence passed down through generations. This world of yours is not one of grand adventure, but rather one of small, continuous endeavors, planting seeds in springtime, harvesting what's grown come autumn, tending fires that burn bright or dim, soothing the fears and ailments of family members, making do with whatever provisions you have at hand. It is a life filled with quiet moments like these, suspended between daybreak and nightfall. As your mother sets out to fetch fresh water from the nearby well, her footsteps disappear into the evening's darkening shadows, leaving behind only the sound of dripping water echoing softly against stone. The wind whispers through reeds near the stream outside, an almost imperceptible sigh carried on its gentle breeze as it stirs and rustles leaves. This peace you've known for a moment, that one brief, shining instant earlier, lingers still within your world, though soon to be tempered by the inevitable return of tasks yet undone. Tomorrow's sun will rise high in the sky once more, illuminating fields ripe with promise and demanding another day of labor from those who call this land their home. Within these walls that shelter you now, a faint murmur arises. Perhaps it's only your stomach growling at the thought of dinner being prepared nearby, or maybe something else entirely. Regardless, the moment for rest is nigh, signaled by a soft voice calling out to gather around the hearth, where warm supper and gentle conversation await. Your footsteps guide you toward that haven of warmth and light, though not before casting one final glance over your shoulder at Bessie, now quiet in her stall. For as fleeting as life may seem when measured against eternity's vast expanse, moments like these peaceful evenings spent amidst the soft glow of candlelight, surrounded by loved ones and the gentle rhythms of daily routine, are perhaps its greatest treasures. The sound of your mother's return echoes through the evening air, her footsteps lighter now that she carries a jug filled with cool water from the well. As she sets it down on the kitchen table, an immediate calm descends upon the gathering space within the cottage walls. Your sister stirs over by the fire, adding more wood to keep its warmth steady and strong against night's chill. In this instant of quiet, something almost palpable seems suspended in time, a balance between day's end and tomorrow's beginning, between labor and rest. As you move closer toward that haven of warmth and light, your footsteps are lost among the soft murmurings of family members sharing stories from their days outside these walls. Though tasks wait patiently for another dawn to begin anew, tonight holds its own promise, one not necessarily tied to great deeds or grand achievements, but rather the simple comfort found within this home you've shared with loved ones. Within a space where shadows cast by flickering flames dance upon your skin as if trying to tell tales of their own, you find yourself enveloped in warmth and love. Tomorrow will come again, its demands and troubles waiting patiently outside these walls, but for now, let the gentle rustling of leaves against stone be lullaby enough. The sounds within this little world grow quieter still, suspended between night's promise and dawn's eventual call to labor anew. As your eyelids begin their gradual descent towards sleep, memories from another day blend together with those of days gone by, stories shared around the hearth that speak not of grand conquests but rather small moments. A warm meal eaten under starlight, laughter echoing through evening shadows, or perhaps just the comforting knowledge that no matter what dawn may bring, it is met in this quiet place surrounded by love and routine. As your eyelids begin their gradual descent towards sleep, memories from another day blend together with those of days gone by, stories shared around the hearth that speak not of grand conquests but rather small moments. A warm meal eaten under starlight, laughter echoing through evening shadows, or perhaps just the comforting knowledge that no matter what dawn may bring, it is met in this quiet place surrounded by love and routine. You are back now in your own humble abode, nestled at the edge of the village. The fire has long since died out, its warm glow extinguished with the passing hours, leaving only a faint scent of charred wood to linger on the night air. Outside, the wind stirs softly through the reeds that line the nearby stream, a gentle lullaby that ebbs and flows like the water itself. As you settle into your bed, now a mere memory of comfort, you feel the weight of another day's worth of labor bearing down upon you. The ache in your back from hauling firewood is a familiar companion, one you've grown accustomed to over the seasons. You run a weary hand through your tangled locks, feeling the dirt and sweat that cling to every strand like a damp shroud. The water well on the outskirts of the village was never much to brag about, a shallow pit dug into the dry earth, reliant on capricious rainfall to refill its dwindling stores. But it's better than nothing, or so you thought when you first arrived here. Little did you know that the very same spot where your ancestors once drew their daily water would one day become a source of endless frustration. You remember the countless times you'd trudge out into the early morning chill to fetch a pailful from the well's dry bed, only to be met with nothing but a hollow echo. The sound of dripping rocks and faint whispers of forgotten lives were all that answered your calls for water, an unsettling presence that seemed to mock your every attempt. And yet you persisted, driven by necessity rather than hope. For in this world where every drop was precious, one could ill afford the luxury of complaining about a dry well. Besides, there's always been something oddly soothing about the quiet desperation of standing at its edge, feeling the sun beat down upon your back as you scan the horizon for signs of rain. But on some days like today perhaps, even that meager comfort eluded you. No water to speak of meant no washing clothes, no scrubbing floors, and certainly no cooking up a proper meal. You recall how your wife would scowl at the thoughtless grins she'd catch from passers-by, as if they knew some secret about life's simple pleasures that had somehow escaped her grasp. Your stomach growls in response to memories of last night's meager dinner, a thin soup made with scraps and leftovers served alongside a hunk of stale bread. You're not sure when you'll next have the luxury of washing your hands, or even finding time for such frivolities as personal hygiene. A faint tang of sweat and grime clings to every part of you like an unwanted shroud. Still, there's something oddly reassuring about this small, cramped space that serves as both home and haven. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and stale air, a familiar bouquet that never fails to calm your nerves. Your wife sleeps fitfully nearby, her gentle snores punctuated by occasional murmurs that speak of dreams long since left behind. You try to settle in yourself, letting your eyelids drift shut as you listen to the night's symphony, crickets chirping their staccato beats, a distant owl hooting its mournful song into the darkness. Your breathing slows, and with each passing moment, the world outside seems to recede further from view, leaving only this quiet space where love and routine reign supreme. In your dreams, you'll be back at the well again, though perhaps not for water's sake, but rather as a metaphor for life itself. Dry and unforgiving one day, yet somehow still bearing enough promise of renewal that even in its driest moments, it seems capable of producing just one more precious drop. The wind stirs once more outside, a gentle breeze that rustles the reeds like fingers through your hair. As you drift deeper into slumber, memories begin to coalesce around the edges of your mind. Images from long-forgotten days when sunlight danced across fields newly tilled, laughter echoing off the village's stone walls as children played their games beneath a sky so blue it seemed almost otherworldly. And though these recollections may soon fade into nothingness, they'll always remain close to the surface, waiting patiently for you to rediscover them in some quiet moment like this. Even now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin to wander further from the world's demands, there's a subtle change taking place within. Your body relaxes its hold on tension. Muscles release their pent-up energy like the soft giving of the earth itself beneath a spring shower. A small smile plays upon your lips, an unconscious response to some long-forgotten joy or comfort that still lingers deep within. It is then, in this quiet moment before sleep's dark veil closes over you entirely, that memories from days past begin their slow dance with those yet to come. They mingle and blend together like the gentle ripples on a pond, creating an ever-changing tapestry of experience woven from threads both strong and fragile. And as you finally surrender to slumber, your dreams will carry you forward into realms beyond this one, to distant fields where laughter and sunshine dance, or perhaps to some forgotten era when village life was simpler still. Wherever they may lead, know that even in the midst of hardship and struggle, like a quiet well's promise of rain on a dry day, there lies within each moment a hidden beauty waiting patiently for discovery. With every breath you take now, your mind begins its gentle surrender to sleep's dark allure. Memories fade into mist, faces blur together with places once familiar, and the world outside recedes further from view as the soothing silence of night wraps itself around you like a shroud. As the warmth of the fire dwindled to embers, the darkness outside seemed to seep into the room, like a chill on a winter's night. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and mold, carried in by the evening breeze that whispered through the cracks in the walls. You are standing at the edge of your bed, wrapped in a thin blanket, feeling the soft give of the mattress beneath you. Your eyelids grow heavier as the silence deepens, like a thickening fog that wraps around you. The fire crackles and pops one last time before settling into an expectant hush. In medieval times, sleep was a luxury reserved for the wealthy, while peasants like yourself were forced to make do with what little rest they could get. Your bed is a simple pallet of straw or hay, stacked high on wooden slats that creak under your weight. The mattress itself is nothing more than a collection of dried leaves and moss, stuffed into a linen sack for added comfort. As you settle in, the soft give of the mattress envelops you like a warm bath. You feel the gentle pressure of your body sinking into it, the slight resistance of the straw or hay yielding to your weight. It's not a comfortable bed by any means, but it's better than sleeping on the floor, and that's something. The darkness outside seems to press in around you, making it hard to breathe sometimes. You feel like you're trapped under an invisible weight, crushed by the pressure of the world above. But as your eyelids grow heavier, the sensation begins to recede, replaced by a sense of floating on a soft cloud. In medieval times, clothes were a luxury reserved for the wealthy. Your tunic and leggings are coarse wool or linen, woven from rough fibers that scratch against your skin. They smell like sweat and smoke, with a hint of stale bread carried over from last night's dinner. You've worn them so long now they're starting to fade into one another, losing their color and shape. As you lie there, the fabric seems to cling to your body, absorbing all manner of odors and scents that waft through the air. It's a strange feeling, like wearing a skin that's too tight, too confining. You feel trapped in this damp, smelly cloak that chafes against every inch of you. The smell itself is pungent, an unholy mixture of sweat, smoke, and stale bread carried over from last night's dinner. It clings to your clothes like a bad habit, refusing to let go even when you wash them in the nearby stream. You've tried using herbs and spices to mask it, rosemary for its antiseptic properties, thyme for its pleasant aroma, but nothing seems to stick. Your tunic is stained with last night's dinner, a thin soup made from scraps of leftover vegetables and bread, cooked over an open flame in the courtyard. The smell lingers on your clothes like a ghostly presence, reminding you of the meal that was barely enough to fill your belly. You remember how it felt to eat out of necessity rather than pleasure. The taste was dull and flavorless, but at least it filled the gap between meals. In medieval times, laundry was an arduous task reserved for special occasions or when absolutely necessary. Your clothes are rarely washed unless you're planning a special occasion, like your wedding day, say, or the arrival of important guests from another village. Otherwise, they just accumulate dirt and grime over time, forming stains that stubbornly resist scrubbing. The smell on your tunic is nothing new to you now. It's become a familiar companion in your daily life. You've grown accustomed to its pungency, even learned to recognize the different layers, sweat, smoke, stale bread, each one rising up like a ghost from the depths of your garment. It's an odd feeling, this growing familiarity with something as unpleasant as your own body odor. The air in the room is heavy now, thick with the scent of damp earth and mold that carries over on the evening breeze. The darkness outside presses against you like a physical force. It feels like you could reach out and touch its edges if only they weren't quite so far away. Your eyelids grow heavier still as your body relaxes into sleep, letting go the last vestiges of tension in a long day. Your tunic is damp now from the sweat that clings to every inch of you. It's soaked through with moisture like a sponge left too close to water. You feel its weight clinging to your skin, pressing against you like an unseen force. It doesn't matter right now. As you drift off into sleep, the discomfort recedes along with everything else. In medieval times, people slept in multiple layers of clothing. Sometimes up to 5 or 6 garments were layered on top of one another, each one contributing its own unique texture and odor to the mix. Your tunic is just one part of this elaborate ensemble. Under it, you wear linen drawers or braids that chafe against your skin like sandpaper. These are made from thin strips of woven fabric, usually wool or cotton, held together with a coarse thread that digs into every fold in your body. The texture is rough to the touch, abrasive enough to leave tiny scratches on even the toughest skin. It's not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination, but it serves its purpose. Under these comes another layer still, perhaps a shirt or smock made from finer material than the drawers themselves. This one is more for show really. Only special occasions call for such finery, and you're usually stuck in whatever rags happen to be handy at the moment. Even so, there's something strange about wearing layers on top of each other, like being trapped inside a series of invisible skins that cling to your body with varying degrees of discomfort. Your eyelids droop still further as the silence deepens outside. It feels like you're sinking into an ocean of quiet that stretches out in every direction. You are floating now, weightless and free from all cares, or at least most of them. In medieval times, bathing was a rare pleasure for peasants like yourself. When you did manage to get clean, it usually meant scrubbing down with cold water over the nearby stream. Hot baths were reserved for special occasions when the Lord came visiting. Even then, they often required burning precious wood or coal just to heat up enough water, something your family couldn't afford on a regular basis. Bathing itself was an ordeal. You'd have to strip naked and plunge into icy cold waters that left your skin numb and stinging for hours afterward. The sensation of being submerged in this freezing liquid was one thing, but the real horror came afterwards when you emerged from the water shivering with every step, only to realize how long it would take for your body to warm up again. This is why people wore so many layers on top of each other, not just for warmth or modesty, although those were good reasons too, but also because they wanted something between their skin and the outside world. It was a kind of shield, really, one that protected you from every indignity life threw your way. As sleep claims you now, your body relaxes into its familiar contours. Even the discomfort seemed to fade away with each passing moment. You feel yourself sinking deeper still into this ocean of quiet, carried by currents beyond your control towards some distant shore where dreams wait like travelers on a dusty road. As you drift further into this peaceful slumber, your breathing slows to match the gentle sway of a willow tree in a summer breeze. The world outside recedes, and all that's left is the soft rustle of fabric against skin, the creaks and groans of wooden beams settling around you. You remember being a medieval peasant, waking up before dawn to start your day. It was always dark, even when it wasn't raining. No windows to speak of, just narrow slits in the walls for light to seep through, like fingers probing into the gloom. You'd fumble for a candle, or more often than not, make do with a lantern's faint glow. The smell of last night's dinner still lingered on your skin, stew made from scraps of yesterday's meat, vegetables that had been simmering in a cauldron all day. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and damp earth, clinging to you like a shroud. You'd wash up quickly, but the smell would stick around for hours. You trudge through the dark streets, your feet heavy with sleep, your body protesting every step. Your joints ache from another long day's labor in the fields, tilling the soil, planting seeds, and harvesting crops that often didn't yield much to show for it all. No one complained, of course. Peasants were expected to work themselves into exhaustion. As you move through the village, the silence is almost palpable. It's early morning still, before the day's noise erupts, hammering on metal, sawing wood, and the inevitable arguments over whose turn it was to sweep the streets clean. But for now, all that breaks the quiet are the distant lowing of cattle in a nearby field and the occasional hooting of owls. You think back to your daily routine. Rise before dawn, eat a meager breakfast if you were lucky, spend most of the day working outdoors, come home exhausted around sunset, only to have dinner pushed into you by an overworked family member. Then it's off to bed again, ready to do it all in reverse. Your mind starts to wander. What would it be like if there was a bit more to life? A respite from the drudgery. Just one small indulgence to look forward to each day, something that brought you joy without breaking your back or emptying your purse. Alas, those were luxuries reserved for lords and ladies far removed from this humble existence. You recall trying to stay awake during long days spent at the forge, hammers ringing against anvil, sweat dripping into eyes scrunched shut, smoke stinging nostrils that yearned for clean air. Your skin would be slick with grime by midday, fingers stained red and black from handling hot metal, clothes smudged with soot and dust. Now you're lying on your pallet, the softness of your straw mattress a welcome respite after a day's toil in the mud-soaked fields. The world outside is quiet once more, just an occasional bark or howl drifting through windows left open for ventilation, though not often enough. The air inside was stale and thick with smoke. Your eyelids droop heavy as stones, but you resist sleep for a moment longer. Why did it suck to be a medieval peasant? Not because of any grand catastrophe, war, famine, disease. No, this life sucked in small, insidious ways that gnawed at your soul like insects feasting on decaying wood. Like the constant fatigue, not just from labor but from worry and fear, always wondering how you'd feed yourself or your family for another day. As the darkness gathers around you, memories of endless chores begin to recede, replaced by fragments of peacefulness. The stillness seeps into your bones like cold water, quieting the murmurs of discontent that had plagued you all day. Your eyelids grow heavier, a yawn stretches across your chest, but this time it's not from exhaustion. It's as if the very weight of being alive has finally caught up with you. Your breathing slows even further now. Each inhale and exhale becomes a gentle rocking motion that eases into the rhythm of slumber. The world outside recedes completely, its sounds muffled, like memories locked away in a trunk left to collect dust. Your thoughts grow foggy, lost in the haze between dreams and wakefulness. You're almost asleep now, just let go. As you sink deeper still into this ocean of quiet, carried by currents beyond your control towards some distant shore where rest and peace await like travelers on a dusty road, their faces worn smooth by time, their steps slow but deliberate. As you sink deeper still into this ocean of quiet, carried by currents beyond your control towards some distant shore where rest and peace await like travelers on a dusty road, their faces worn smooth by time, their steps slow but deliberate. The world around you has grown dim, as if the very sun itself had begun to set within the walls of the cottage. Shadows stretch and yawn, stretching across the rough-hewn floorboards like dark cats waking from a long nap. The fire in the hearth crackles softly, its gentle song weaving in and out of the quiet hum of crickets outside. You are almost there now, nearly asleep. But even as you drift on the tide of slumber, your mind is still anchored to the world above. Memories linger like wisps of fog, clinging to the edges of your consciousness. You recall the long walk back from the fields that day, the weight of your basket heavy with fresh-picked vegetables, and the way the sun had beat down on you like a relentless drum. The smell of wet earth still clings to your clothes. You are a medieval peasant, after all, and even in sleep, your body remembers the rhythms of the land. The cool dampness of the river's edge, where you washed your clothes that morning. It was a chore you dreaded, but one that had to be done. As you think back on it now, the memory unfolds like a slow-moving tapestry. You trudge along the bank, basket slung over your arm, until you reach the spot where the water is shallow and calm. You begin to scrub at your clothes with a rough-worn cloth, trying not to mind the chill of the water seeping into your skin. The river's surface glimmers in the sunlight like molten silver. You work methodically, washing each item separately, the linen shirts, the woolen hose, and even your only pair of boots. The smell of wet earth rises up from the bank as you scrub, mingling with the scent of damp wool and fresh grass. As you labor on, a line of ants marches across the water's edge. Their tiny feet pattering against the stone is almost soothing. Almost enough to distract you from the discomfort of being cold and damp. You shiver, rubbing at your arms through your tunic as you continue with the washing. You've learned to do this task without much thought now, but even so, it's a chore that always leaves you feeling slightly grubby. When you're finished, you take time to rinse each item carefully before hanging them out on lines strung between two nearby trees. The sun beats down on your back as you work, its warmth comforting after the chill of the water. In this quiet moment, lost in thought and surrounded by nature's sounds, you are almost asleep now. Your eyelids droop, heavy with fatigue, but still clinging to consciousness like a lifeline thrown out into dark waters. You feel yourself being pulled down deeper into the depths of sleep, where worries fade away like ripples on a pond. As you sink lower still, your memories begin to blur and merge. You recall the taste of bread fresh from the oven, warm and soft in the center, with a crust that crunches satisfyingly between your teeth. You remember the feel of it crumbling apart as you break off a piece, releasing a cloud of steamy air into the chill morning. Your stomach growls softly at the memory. You're hungry now, but even this craving is slowly fading. Like embers dying out in a cold fire pit. As you drift further down into sleep, your body begins to relax its grip on the world around it. The darkness outside deepens and becomes more still. Night falls like a veil cast over everything, softening all rough edges. The shadows grow longer now, stretching across the walls of the cottage like dark fingers reaching for you. But even in this quiet, there's no sense of fear or unease. Only peace, a gentle hush that wraps around your heart and holds it close. You are almost asleep. The last wisps of thought fade away, leaving only an empty calm where memories once dwelled. Your breathing slows, becoming deeper and more measured, as if the very rhythm of sleep itself had taken hold of you, guiding you down into its dark depths like a boat on a slow-moving river. And so you slide further still, into that peaceful place where all your cares are left behind, like autumn leaves drifting gently to the ground. You feel yourself being carried along by currents beyond your control, towards some distant shore where rest and peace await, their faces worn smooth by time, their steps slow but deliberate. The world outside recedes into the distance. As you sink lower still, even its sounds grow fainter, the cricket's gentle chirping, the wind's soft sigh through trees. All these fade away, leaving only an oppressive silence, which slowly gives way to a deep and dreamless sleep. In this quiet darkness, where all worries are lost like autumn leaves, you finally find your rest. As you settle into a state of deep relaxation, the gentle lapping of the water against the shore grows softer still. The sun's warmth on your skin begins to wane, casting long shadows across the thatched roof above your head. You feel yourself drifting away from the tasks and worries of the day. In another time and place, not far from here, peasants like you went about their daily routines with little fanfare. One such task was ensuring that crops remained free from fungal infestations, a constant threat to yields in medieval Europe. You might imagine that these peasants had access to potent fungicides, but the reality is quite different. Human urine proved an effective treatment for certain diseases of plants. Yes, you read that correctly, human urine. It's not as pungent or unappealing as it sounds when applied to soil. In fact, it has a faintly earthy scent and can be surprisingly soothing on the skin. When diluted with water, its acidity helps break down fungal spores without harming beneficial microorganisms. A medieval peasant would typically collect urine from their household members, usually women or young children. They'd store it in clay jugs, often covered with linen to prevent contamination. The process of applying this fertilizer was time-consuming but necessary for maintaining healthy crops. You can almost imagine the peasants trudging through fields at dawn, jug in hand, ready to tackle another day's labor. Let your mind wander to these peaceful, early morning hours as you drift off to sleep. Envision yourself walking among rows of green shoots and ripening fruits, not a single fungal spore daring to sully their surfaces, thanks to the diligence of local farmers who relied on this primitive yet effective method. Your breathing slows, becoming almost imperceptible as your thoughts begin to unravel like threads pulled from an old cloak. The world outside grows quieter still. Even the chirping birds seem more subdued now that you're almost asleep. As we continue our gentle stroll through time and space, let's pause for a moment to appreciate the peculiarities of medieval life. A curious aspect of daily routines was their emphasis on communal activities. People shared tasks like tending gardens or caring for livestock. It wasn't uncommon for neighbors to pool resources when faced with particularly burdensome chores. Imagine yourself walking down a narrow village street, passing under low-hanging branches that cast dappled shadows across your path. Every step echoes through the stillness as you make your way toward the nearby fields where crops await their morning watering. The air carries whispers of conversation between peasants, an undertone of gentle banter amidst labored breathing and creaking joints. You begin to notice the faint scent of damp earth carried on the breeze from recently plowed fields. It's a smell both familiar and comforting, like returning home after a long absence. As you continue your meandering path toward the gardens, shadows grow longer across your feet, and your footsteps become less deliberate, as if influenced by some unseen force. The world around you is muffled now. Distant sounds of laughter or argumentation seem muted, almost forgotten in this peaceful interlude before sleep claims its own. It's easy to imagine yourself merging with the surroundings, becoming an integral part of the landscape itself. As we meander through these memories, let us recall another aspect of medieval life that often escapes notice: clothing and personal hygiene. In those times, people rarely bathed regularly. A weekly or even monthly cleansing was considered sufficient for most folk. You can almost smell the lingering scent of sweat and smoke on their skin, an odor both pungent yet strangely comforting in its familiarity. Your mind stumbles upon memories of walking through dusty village streets where cobblestones reflected sunbeams like polished gemstones, while dust devils danced across open areas. People wore practical clothing made from wool or linen, a rougher texture against the skin than what we're accustomed to today, but no less endearing in its rugged charm. We find ourselves pausing near an old well, standing amidst whispers of conversation as peasants draw water for their morning chores, some using wooden buckets, others relying on clay vessels. Water's coolness envelops your hands as you dip them into the shallow pool below the wellhead. It's almost refreshing in its simplicity and tranquility. At this point, let us pause to consider another aspect of life during that time: entertainment. Music played an essential role, though not always for pleasure alone. Some melodies accompanied daily activities, while others were intended as warnings or signals between neighboring villages. The haunting sound of a lone flutist drifting through the evening air might evoke images of rustic taverns filled with patrons sharing stories over foaming mugs. You imagine yourself strolling toward one such gathering, footsteps quiet on the stone floor beneath your feet, though sounds from outside blend together into an almost continuous murmur, laughter and conversation weaving together like a tapestry. As you draw closer to the center of activity, voices grow louder. Music intertwines with talk in a lively interplay that captures the simple yet vibrant essence of communal life. It's time for us to continue our journey toward sleep now, gently drifting away from waking cares as we immerse ourselves within these idyllic scenes. Your eyelids feel heavier by the second, weighed down by visions of lush fields and sun-kissed faces lost in conversation over mugs of ale. With each passing moment, your breathing grows more measured, Thoughts untangle like autumn leaves on a branch, rustling softly into silence as you release them to the past. Your mind dissolves into memories of dusty village streets where cobblestones reflected sunbeams and laughter carried through the air, carrying its own gentle melody. The moon casts silver shadows across your face, now soft illumination from above illuminating each passing moment with an ethereal glow. It's a reminder that there is still beauty even in the most mundane aspects of life. Warmth felt under the stars on chilly autumn nights or simplicity found within tasks shared by hands accustomed to hard work. You feel yourself slipping deeper into rest, carried away like leaves downstream, suspended between reality and dreams as the river of time carries you toward slumber. As you drift deeper into rest, your eyelids grow heavy like water-soaked stones sinking slowly to the riverbed of sleep. The world outside recedes, its sounds and smells growing fainter as the darkness gathers around you. You feel yourself suspended in a state between wakefulness and slumber, like a leaf caught in the current of a slow-moving stream, free to drift downstream yet still connected to the shore of reality. It's a peculiar feeling, this liminal space where dreams begin to seep into your consciousness like mist rising from the ground. Your thoughts start to unravel, threads coming loose as you surrender to the pull of sleep. Memories surface, fragmentary and disconnected, snippets of conversation with fellow villagers, the taste of stale bread, the feel of rough wool against your skin. These recollections dance at the edge of awareness before vanishing into the depths of slumber. As you settle further into rest, your body begins to relax its hold on the world. Your muscles release their tension like autumn leaves dropping from branches, soft and gentle, as a summer breeze rustling through the trees. Your breathing slows, deepening into a steady rhythm that synchronizes with the pulse of the earth beneath you. Your bed is simple, unadorned by frills or fancy trappings. It's just a collection of straw-stuffed pallets heaped upon a wooden frame sturdy but plain. The wood creaks softly as it responds to your weight, its groans echoing through the stillness like an elderly person clearing their throat. You lie there enveloped by darkness and silence, feeling the rough texture of the straw beneath you. It's not unpleasant, this tactile sensation. Rather, it's a reminder that even in slumber, your body is anchored to the earth, connected to the land through roots as tenuous as those that bind the village together. As the night wears on, the air around you grows heavier with moisture, carrying the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. It's an autumnal smell, one that speaks to the cycle of life, growth, decay, renewal. The earthy fragrance fills your lungs, a rich reminder of the season's endless dance. In this twilight realm between wakefulness and sleep, memories surface anew, fragments of daily routines, long-forgotten conversations, and half-remembered songs. Your mind is a repository for the mundane details of peasant life. What you ate yesterday, whose face looked most worn from labor today, which particular patch of common land yielded the sweetest wildflowers. These thoughts meander through your consciousness like wisps of cloud across a summer sky, drifting aimlessly yet bound to some deeper current. As they surface and recede, your awareness grows more fluid, untethered from the rigors of daily life. Your bed is not unlike any other in the village, simple, functional, and worn smooth by countless nights' use. The wooden frame has been sanded down over time, its surface now soft to the touch like the belly of a well-worn saddle. You've grown accustomed to this gentle give beneath your weight, as much a part of you as the ache in your shoulders or the faint taste of salt on your tongue. The air around you stirs with an almost imperceptible motion, carrying whispers from the wind through gaps between thatched roofs and weathered doorframes. These murmurs are indistinguishable words, but convey instead a sense of shared history, secrets whispered among neighbors for generations past. As slumber claims you more fully now, your thoughts become increasingly disjointed, surrendering to dreams like autumn leaves surrendered to winter's chill. Your breathing slows almost imperceptibly as the darkness gathers around you, enveloping you in a peaceful stillness where even time itself seems malleable. Yet for all its tranquility, this state is not entirely free from tension or discomfort. There remains an undercurrent of unease that threads through your consciousness like a thin thread. Anxiety about tomorrow's work, worry over the coming harvest, doubt regarding some unspoken decision. These tensions are familiar, old friends who cling to you even as you try to let go, their weight bearing down on your shoulders like a soft blanket. They're always there, hidden in plain sight among memories of family squabbles and weathered stone walls that seem to stretch endlessly into the distance. The world outside continues its gentle lullaby. Rustling leaves, distant barking, muffled laughter from the nearby village, sounds so soothing they might almost be considered background noise. It's as if time itself has slowed, become fluid like a misty dawn over fields of ripening grain. And still you rest, suspended between wakefulness and dreams, that liminal realm where nothing seems quite solid or secure yet somehow feels most at home. As the night wears on, your body gradually becomes one with its bed, entwined in sweat-dampened sheets and straw-stuffed pallets, all distinctions lost between self and surroundings. Your breathing synchronizes with some deeper pulse within you, a rhythm that echoes through every cell of your being like the beat of an old drum. In this state, memories resurface anew, a long-forgotten summer spent watching village children chase after wild rabbits, a harvest moon risen so high it seemed to light up entire fields with its pale glow. Recollections surface and submerge once more, each one dissolving into the next like sand grains slipping away through an hourglass. Yet even as these memories dissolve, their essence remains. Whispers of love and laughter, echoes of shared meals around hearth fires. They seep deep within you now, becoming a part of your being like water absorbing into parched earth. Your bed, simple yet sturdy, cradles you in its wooden frame as the darkness gathers outside, enfolding you with shadows that are almost palpable. The silence is almost physical, an unbroken stillness so profound it seems to reverberate through every cell of your body. And even within this tranquil sea, tiny ripples remain, concerns about tomorrow's tasks and a lingering sense of unease. Yet they're tempered now by the soothing rhythms of rest, calming influences that gradually subdue these worries like gentle rain dissolving summer dust. Time itself seems to blur in this liminal realm between wakefulness and dreams. Hours pass or maybe only minutes. It matters little, for your awareness is fluid as a river flowing through an endless landscape. As you float on the gentle current of consciousness, your thoughts begin to drift towards the mundane routines of a medieval peasant's life. You find yourself standing in a small kitchen, surrounded by the warm glow of candles and the savory aromas of cooking meat. The scent of roasting vegetables wafts through the air, mingling with the smell of baking bread. You reach out to grab a piece of stale bread from the counter, feeling its rough texture between your fingers. The crumbly loaf is heavy with stone-ground flour, coarse and dense as river rock. You tear off a small chunk and bring it to your nose, inhaling deeply. The scent of fresh herbs, thyme, rosemary perhaps. It lingers on the surface. As you eat, your mind begins to wander through the days that have passed since last we spoke. You remember waking before dawn, when the darkness outside still held a hint of night's chill. Your stomach growled with hunger as you stirred the embers from last night's fire and added new wood for the morning meal. The hours blend together in a haze of activity, tending to your small garden, collecting water from the well, hauling firewood up from the forest floor. You worked alongside your fellow villagers, exchanging quiet greetings and nods as you labored through the dawn's early light. Your hands move on autopilot now, stirring the pot of stew that simmers over the fire. The soup is a thin broth made with scraps of last night's meat, maybe pork or beef. Some vegetable peelings and what few herbs you could scrounge from your garden. It's not enough to fill anyone's belly, but it will do for now. You glance around at the humble furnishings, worn wooden stools, a hand-woven basket filled with straw, and a small collection of clay pots and jugs on shelves made from rough-hewn planks. The air is thick with dust, carried in by the summer breeze that filters through gaps in the walls. Your thoughts settle upon food, as they often do when hunger pangs beset you. Hunger's presence is constant, like a quiet companion who sits beside you at every meal. You never feel truly full, there's always something else to eat, some more sustenance to seek out. Even when your belly is round with contentment, the memory of previous hungers lingers, making it hard to relax. The sun rises higher in the sky now, its rays dancing across the rough-hewn walls as you continue stirring the stew. You're lost in thought, reliving moments from recent days, walking through fields overgrown with weeds, searching for new vegetables, listening to a traveling minstrel spin tales of far-off lands and mythical creatures. As your reverie deepens, sounds begin to fade into silence. The chirping birds fall still, the creaking wooden beams grow quieter. The fire crackles on, its warmth seeping through the stone floor like a gentle pulse. Your breathing slows as you settle deeper into this peaceful twilight zone, neither fully asleep nor awake. The hours blend together in this dreamlike state, where time loses all meaning and your awareness becomes one with the world around you. You're no longer separate from the earthy scents and sounds of nature. Instead, you flow through them like a river carving its way through rock. The sensation is almost calming. Your thoughts meander to times when food was scarce, weeks or even months without a proper meal. Your memories hold on to those moments with an unsettling clarity, watching your family grow thin from hunger, feeling the gnawing ache in their bellies as they lay together at night. The image of that time fades like wisps of fog on a winter morning as you continue stirring the stew. The gentle motion becomes meditative, soothing enough to calm even the most troubled mind. Your thoughts begin to detach themselves from your body, floating away like leaves carried by an autumn breeze. As day gives way to evening's growing shadows, night begins its slow descent upon the world outside these walls. Darkness gathers in the corners of the room, making it easier for you to drift further into the silence within. Your breathing slows yet again. With each exhalation, your awareness deepens, becoming one with this quiet space that is both shelter and prison. The shadows grow longer now, stretching across the wooden floor like skeletal fingers grasping towards something just out of reach. Night's darkness creeps in through windows, left open to catch a breeze from beyond the village walls. Outside, crickets begin their evening chorus, an eerie symphony that carries on into the night, when stars twinkle above and moonlight casts its silver glow upon the earth below. Nighttime is not always peaceful for you. Often it brings with it fears of what tomorrow may bring, more hunger perhaps. The thought hangs suspended in your mind like a fragile thread waiting to be snapped. You push it aside for tonight at least, letting yourself rest amidst the quiet sounds and scents that surround you. Hours blend together as sleep's veil envelops you once more. Consciousness ebbs away with each breath, carrying memories of hunger and contentment into the dreamscape beyond this threshold. As you drift further into slumber, the warmth of your body seeps into the bed beneath you, softening its rough edges against your skin. The fire in the hearth outside your room continues to crackle and pop, casting a soothing melody into the night air, a gentle susurrus that ebbs and flows with each shift of the embers. In another time, far away from this peaceful scene, peasants like you went about their lives without such comforts. They lived in small cottages with smoke-blackened beams and thatched roofs, where every breath carried the acrid tang of wood smoke and the scent of damp earth. The fireplace was a crucial part of these homes, providing not only warmth but also light to guide them through the dark winter months. You are there now, standing in front of your own hearth, gazing into the flames that dance within its stone circle. You notice how the fire seems to be burning at an unusual angle today. Perhaps it's the way the wind has shifted outside or a slight unevenness in the fuel you used for kindling. The smoke from the chimney carries on the breeze, carrying with it the promise of another day's work ahead. As a medieval peasant, one of your daily chores was to keep the fireplace clear and well maintained. This meant that every few days, or whenever the fire grew particularly hot, you would need to poke at the ashes with a long-handled poker, stirring them into a neat pile beside the hearth. It's not an unpleasant task, but one that requires some care. If you're not careful, sparks can fly up and ignite your clothing, causing more problems than it's worth. You remember how, as a child, your mother would often reprimand you for not paying attention to this detail, or worse still, leaving the ash heap too close to the fire. She'd say that it was lazy of you to ignore such an important task, and that one day you'd regret not taking care of your own home properly. You recall how her words would sting at first, but eventually made sense as you grew older and began to take on more responsibilities within the household. As a grown-up now, you've learned from those early lessons well enough anyway. Today, you approach the task with a certain degree of detachment, almost like an observer watching themselves rather than someone actively engaged in the chore at hand. You poke at the ashes, sending them skittering across the stone floor as they're redistributed into their new home beside the hearth. With this done, your mind begins to wander once more towards the evening's routine, preparing supper, possibly helping with some household chores or repairs before bed. These tasks are part of a familiar rhythm, one that eases you back into wakefulness like an old glove returning to its hand. Now and then, as you go about these daily duties, your thoughts stray to those who have lived through the centuries past, people just like you with similar concerns and preoccupations. They too would have had their own firesides, where families gathered, neath low-hanging rafters or overhanging eaves to share stories of the day's events. One family we might imagine lived in a small village many miles from your own. Their cottage was nestled beside a slow-moving river, one that provided fish for dinner and water for irrigation during those long, hot summers. Inside their home, they'd have had an assortment of tools hanging on pegs, wooden spoons with worn handles, iron pots suspended from hooks in the ceiling beams. Their fireplace would have been larger than yours perhaps, given its status as a hub for cooking meals over open flames rather than just providing warmth. You can almost picture it now, the sizzling aroma of pan-fried fish and fresh herbs wafting upwards to mingle with the scent of damp earth from outside. It's not hard to imagine their evenings spent gathered round the same hearth, swapping tales of local politics or sharing news from nearby towns. Your mind begins to meander towards a particularly vivid recollection, one where you helped your own mother prepare supper on an autumn evening long past. The air was crisp and cool outside as the first frosts started to creep into the village, carrying with them whispers of winter's chill. Inside their small cottage, however, warmth from the fire radiated outward like a comforting hug. You stood at her elbow while she expertly chopped vegetables for tonight's stew. Carrots, turnips, onions all piled high on a wooden board as you worked together to create something nourishing and satisfying after another long day in the fields. Your mother moved with practiced ease, every cut smooth and economical, as if time itself were running alongside her hands rather than against them. As she expertly trimmed away excess skin from the vegetables, your thoughts drifted toward those who lived outside these walls. Families struggling to make ends meet amidst crop failures or livestock losses, others working tirelessly on distant estates where their own sweat and labor fueled someone else's grandeur. It was a precarious world, one that balanced precariously between feast and famine. You're drawn back into the present now, standing beside your own hearth with its steady flame. As you gaze deeper into the fire's depths, memories begin to blur together like wisps of smoke rising on the breeze outside. Times spent laughing with friends by candlelight, moments when worry crept in during long nights or sleepless hours. In these quiet interludes between wakefulness and slumber, where day blends seamlessly into night, and vice versa, you've come to appreciate such fleeting respite from life's relentless currents. These are the times that remind you why it sucked to be a medieval peasant. Yes, the hardships were real, but also in these soft-lit moments of reprieve, there existed an understanding, a deep empathy for those struggling alongside you. Time passes slowly as you stand beside this warm glow, letting memories ebb and flow like currents carried on the river outside. You're suspended between worlds, one that's waking up to new challenges, another drifting off into dreams filled with their own quiet struggles and triumphs. The warmth of your body seeps further into the bed beneath you now, softening it against your skin as sleep begins its gentle pull once more. As you sink deeper into slumber, the warmth of your body seeps further into the bed beneath you now, softening it against your skin as sleep begins its gentle pull once more. In a small village nestled between two great hills, life stirred quietly in the morning light. The sun rose slowly over the thatched roofs of the cottages, casting long shadows across the dirt paths and illuminating the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. In this peaceful scene, one young apprentice named Godric began his day. Godric lived with a local blacksmith, Master William, who had taken him on as an unpaid apprentice several years prior. As he stirred in bed, Godric felt the familiar ache in his back and shoulders, the result of countless hours spent hammering hot metal into shape under Master William's watchful eye. He swung his legs over the side of the narrow bed, feeling the chill of the stone floor beneath him as he planted his feet firmly on the ground. The room was dimly lit by a single small window high above the door, and Godric blinked in the faint light that filtered through the shutters. The air inside the cottage was thick with the smell of burning coal from last night's supper and the acrid tang of sweat from Master William's labors at his forge. Godric yawned, feeling a familiar knot form in his stomach as he thought about the long day ahead. As he made his way to the small wooden bench outside the cottage door, where his clothing lay neatly arranged for him each night, Godric caught sight of himself in a reflected glimmer on the surface of a nearby bucket. His hair was disheveled from sleep, and dark circles had formed under his eyes, not surprising given the late nights spent tending to Master William's fire. The morning air clung damply around him as he dressed quickly and quietly, trying not to disturb Master William or his wife, who slept in a separate room at the back of the cottage. Godric pulled on his worn leather apron over his tunic, cinched it tight with a simple knot, and headed out into the chill morning air. Outside, the village was slowly coming alive. Women emerged from their cottages to tend to their gardens or head off to help neighbors with chores, while men like Master William were already at work in their forges, hammering away on glowing metal that cast eerie shadows across their faces. Godric made his way through the narrow streets of the village, weaving past clusters of villagers chatting quietly about their daily plans and tasks. As he walked toward the forge, a faint smell wafted out into the air, not quite unpleasant, but pungent nonetheless. The reek of hot metal, sweat-drenched leather, and stale smoke clung to everything in Master William's workshop. Inside the forge itself, Godric found his master already at work on a new piece, an intricately designed iron buckle for one of the local lord's men. Sweat dripped from Master William's brow as he coaxed shape after shape out of glowing metal, each blow precise and deliberate. As Godric began his own tasks, carefully sorting through yesterday's scraps to see what might be reused or repurposed in some way, he couldn't help but think about the endless routine that lay before him. It was not a life filled with great excitement or accomplishment, but it was the one he knew, and perhaps someday he would make his own small mark upon the world. As morning gave way to midday, Godric found himself growing hungry. He'd eaten a simple breakfast of stale bread and thin gruel in the darkness before dawn, but now his stomach growled with anticipation for something more substantial. In the village kitchen, where Master William's wife, Mistress Alice, was busily preparing today's meals over an open fire, Godric caught sight of steaming cauldrons filled with yesterday's leftovers, boiled vegetables and scraps of meat that had been simmering since dawn. It wasn't a feast fit for kings or nobles, but it would do. Mistress Alice handed him a wooden bowl filled with the meager contents, along with a hunk of coarse bread on a small wooden trencher. Godric dug in gratefully, savoring each morsel as he stood at the kitchen table by the fire. For all its simplicity, this food was welcome fuel for his body and mind, especially after a night spent dreaming of more than just the familiar rhythms of village life. In this moment, with belly full and senses alert, Godric felt almost content, not exactly happy perhaps, but at peace in his own small way. As he finished eating, Mistress Alice handed him another bowl filled with thin porridge made from oats, a snack to sustain him through the long afternoons ahead. "There you go, boy," she said softly as their eyes met for an instant before Godric looked away, feeling a faint flush rise in his cheeks. The day wore on slowly, marked by time-consuming tasks and endless repetition. Hammering metal into shape, hauling heavy loads across the village streets, tending to fires that crackled and spat with every passing moment. It was work without end, but it had become familiar as any other part of Godric's life. Eventually, he found himself standing in front of his own small cottage, a narrow dwelling tucked away on a corner lot within sight of Master William's forge. His stomach growled once more as the evening sun began to set over the village, casting long shadows across the paths and illuminating the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. As he made his way inside, Godric felt a faint sense of longing stir in him, not for grand adventures or high stations in life, but simply for something new. Anything different might be welcome at this point, as if even small change would somehow bring relief to this endless stretch of routine and drudgery. But tonight, with the darkness closing in like a gentle shroud around the village, Godric felt no sense of excitement or anticipation about tomorrow's tasks ahead. Instead, he simply went through his usual evening rituals, washing his hands at the nearby well, eating a simple supper, and then settling back into bed as night began its slow creep across the land. In this peaceful scene, where darkness gathered like a soft blanket around him, enveloping every care or worry in its gentle folds, Godric closed his eyes, letting sleep take hold once more. As he drifted off, he felt himself sinking slowly beneath the surface of consciousness, much as water laps against the shore on a summer's day. The village slumbered quietly now, each cottage nestled within its own little patch of darkness, safe and still as the night itself seemed to wrap around them all in quiet protection. And Godric slept peacefully, too, lost among his dreams and memories until morning came once more. As the sun rose over the village of Ashwood, a gentle warmth seeped into the thatched roof of Godric's small cottage. The air inside was still cool from the night's darkness, carrying the scent of damp earth and yesterday's cooking smoke. You are standing in this very same cottage, feeling the rough-hewn wooden beams beneath your fingertips as you watch the morning light creep through the gaps between the planks. Godric stirred on his pallet, rubbing the sleep from his eyes with a knobby fist. He yawned, revealing crooked teeth and a tongue that felt like it was stuck to the roof of his mouth. His wife Alice stood by the hearth, stirring a pot of porridge over the embers. She smiled at her husband's morning grogginess, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she said, "Up with you, Godric. Breakfast is almost ready." You are now standing beside Alice, watching as she stirs the porridge with a wooden spoon that has seen its fair share of years. The mixture of oats and water had been simmering for hours, filling the cottage with a comforting aroma that's both familiar and soothing. As you breathe in deeply, your nostrils flare slightly from the rich scent, which is not unlike the smell of damp earth after a spring rain. As Godric ambled over to join his wife by the fire, he stretched his arms overhead, feeling the creaks and groans in his back that came with age. Alice handed him a wooden trencher filled with porridge, a few scraps of dried meat, and some wilted greens from their garden. He took it gratefully, running his tongue over his teeth as he dug into the meal. You are now eating alongside Godric, feeling the rough texture of the porridge against your tongue and the faint bitterness of the wild greens. As you chew, the sounds of the village begin to seep into your consciousness. The clucking of chickens, the distant lowing of cattle, and the muffled voices of the villagers as they start their day. After breakfast, Godric donned his worn leather apron over a tunic stained with last night's supper. Alice handed him a small wooden bucket filled with feed for their backyard chickens, which clucked contentedly in the yard outside. You are now walking alongside Godric into the morning light, feeling the cool breeze on your face and watching as he approaches the coop. The chickens, 3 hens, and a scrawny rooster named Jack pecked at his offering with eager beaks. Godric chuckled to himself as he noticed that one of the hens had taken it upon herself to scratch out an escape route from beneath the coop's wooden floor. He muttered, "Thora, you little thief," as he tried to coax her back into line. You are now standing by Godric's side as he works with the chickens, feeling the gentle give of the earth beneath your feet and listening to their soft clucking. As you watch Thora make another break for it, you notice that Jack, ever vigilant, is strutting about the yard, puffing out his chest in a bid to assert his dominance. Alice called from within the cottage, "Godric, I need help with the washing." Godric nodded absently as he continued to tend to the chickens. He rinsed out their water trough and refilled it with fresh water from the nearby well, listening contentedly to the sound of dripping droplets echoing off the stone walls. You are now walking alongside Godric into the cottage, feeling the warm air envelop you once more. Alice was already up to her elbows in hot soapy water, scrubbing away at a stack of linen shirts and smocks. The smell of washing soap filled the room, a pungent mixture that clings to skin and clothes for hours afterward. Godric took over from his wife, switching places with an ease born of years together. As he slid into her spot beside the tub, you find yourself standing behind him, watching as he works in silence alongside Alice. The only sounds are the gentle sloshing of water against the sides of the tub and the occasional thud of a wet garment being wrung out. As they worked, Godric found himself lost in thought, remembering times past when his family's flock had been larger, with more hens to cull for market. He recalled Ali's laughter as she tried to tame the most unruly of their chickens, her bright hair shining like a beacon amidst the drudgery. You are now standing beside Godric and Alice, feeling the quiet companionship that has grown between them over the years. The task at hand, washing clothes for another busy day in Ashwood Village, seems almost tranquil compared to other chores they've undertaken before. The morning wore on as the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard and illuminating dust motes dancing within its beams. Godric glanced up from his work to see Alice watching him with a gentle smile, her eyes shining like warm honey in the golden light. As you stand there with them, feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin and the comfort of their shared task, it's hard not to feel grateful for these small moments amidst life's drudgery. The laundry will always need doing, the chickens will always peck at grain, but in this instant all is right with the world. And so you continue on with Godric and Alice as they finish their chores, each task a tiny brick added to the day's edifice, slowly taking shape before your eyes. As afternoon wears toward evening, the shadows lengthen once more, casting long fingers across the yard that seem almost like nature itself stretching out its tired limbs. As night begins to fall over Ashwood Village, you are now standing beside Godric and Alice as they prepare for dinner, watching the light fade from their faces, leaving behind a soft glow of contentment. They sit down together on a bench outside their cottage, feeling the gentle breeze rustle through the trees above. Their meal is simple: roasted vegetables harvested fresh that morning, some leftover stew from last night's supper, and perhaps a small joint of meat if they're lucky. As you eat with them, savoring each bite amidst the quiet evening sounds, it becomes clear that this too will be just another day in Ashwood Village. As twilight deepens, Godric leans back against his wife, feeling her warmth seep into him like a gentle balm. Alice places an arm around his shoulders, holding him close as they watch the stars begin to twinkle above, their own small constellation within this larger universe. In these moments of quiet companionship and shared life, it's hard not to feel that all will be well with Godric and Ashwood Village come morning light. As night falls deeper still, you are now sitting beside them on the bench, feeling the world slow its pace, a gentle lullaby sung by crickets in the grass. The darkness gathers around, filled with unknowns, but for now there is only this quiet evening peace that wraps itself about their small cottage like a warm blanket. As Godric closes his eyes and lets out a soft sigh of contentment, you feel your eyelids grow heavy too, weighed down by the stillness of night. And so, as one last thought drifts through the darkness before sleep claims you, As one last thought drifts through the darkness before sleep claims you, it's hard not to think about the humble abode that was your home for so many years. A small, cramped cottage shared with 10 other families in the village of Ashwood. The very idea of living under the same roof as a dozen strangers would seem absurd today, but back then it was just another part of life's tapestry. You recall walking through the narrow aisles between the crowded cottages, passing by families huddled around their hearths, watching pots simmer on makeshift stoves. The air inside was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning wood, which always seemed to cling to your clothes like a bad habit. As you wove in and out of the tiny spaces, the sound of snoring echoed through the rafters, each household's individual symphony blending together into an endless hum. Your own family lived on one side of the main fire pit, near the only window that let in some faint light from outside. On clear nights like this, a sliver of moonlight would cut across your bed of straw and rags, casting eerie shadows on the walls as it moved slowly across the room. You'd lie there listening to the distant hooting of owls and try to pick out individual snoring sounds, Aunt Mabel's long, wheezing gasps or Brother Thomas's short, sharp yips. You remember sharing that narrow bed with your siblings, too close together for comfort but relieved when one or both got up during the night. The wooden frame creaked under their shifting weight as they tried to sleep fitfully amidst all this noise and chaos. You'd usually wake before dawn, lying there in darkness until someone else stirred nearby. The sleeping arrangements were cramped because space was at a premium. Each family unit had claimed its own nook within the larger cottage, with shared walls that made every movement feel like an invasion of your private life. Your own little area near the window barely measured 6 feet square, but it felt enormous compared to other parts of the house where multiple families huddled together on makeshift pallets. The smell of damp wool and sweat hung heavy over everything, especially in winter when wet clothes would cling all day long. It's astonishing how you didn't get used to it after a while. Your nose just learned to filter out that particular stench, letting other odors take its place. Baking bread wafted from the hearth nearby, or perhaps some unwashed socks had spilled their contents on the floor. Your bed of straw and rags would be damp by morning, especially during wet spells. In summer, it might dry out a bit under the sunbeams that managed to sneak through the grimy window panes, but winter saw you tossing about all night as your bedding grew colder and clammy beneath you. You'd often lie awake listening for any sign of movement outside. Perhaps someone had ventured into the nearby woods in search of firewood, or maybe a stray animal had wandered too close. That was always a sound to look forward to. The quiet crunching of hooves on gravel, an occasional bird's startled squawk, or even just the faint rustling of leaves as a rabbit darted by. Ashwood Village itself felt so peaceful at night, especially when you could no longer hear your roommates snoring. The forest beyond its boundaries loomed dark and mysterious in the moonlight, full of unseen dangers that only made their presence known after dusk had fallen. But within those walls, ah yes, there's where life as a medieval peasant was truly lived out, amidst noise, stench, and cramped quarters shared with 10 other families. One peculiar aspect to living under such communal conditions, aside from the endless snoring, was how you learned not just your own family members' sounds, but also those of others around you. Your ears would grow attuned to distinguish Brother William's nervous fidgeting or Sister Alice's coughs, even when they were miles away in their separate areas. The day-to-day routine revolved around managing the cramped living space, a never-ending cycle of moving aside for one household while someone else cooked dinner over by the fire. This delicate dance involved negotiating with your neighbors about whose turn it was to use the single hearth, or making sure not to hog too much precious floor space. You remember helping Mother and Sister Alice haul water from the well outside, the bucket slung low between them as they walked back, trying not to spill a drop of that precious liquid. Every morning began like this, hauling in water before dawn so it would be ready for breakfast. Water itself was always scarce. Rainfall during summer months helped keep barrels full enough to last through most days, but by autumn and winter you'd often ration your use down to mere sips, letting your crops go thirsty rather than taking that precious H2O away from them. One year in particular stands out when the well ran dry entirely for 2 whole weeks. Neighbors pitched in with water barrels from their own wells, making do as everyone else did during those lean times, relying on stored rainwater and waiting patiently for spring rains to refill Ashwood's main supply. After hauling that water back home, you'd spend a few moments scrubbing the wooden buckets clean. They were an essential tool, but also got caked with mud from being submerged in the well. This bit of morning routine might seem like nothing today, but back then it was crucial. Everyone knew how vital cleanliness was when sharing living quarters. Cleaning up was never done just once a day. More often than not, you'd find yourself re-washing those buckets mid-morning after some careless splash from Brother William or Sister Alice had ruined the surface all over again. It wasn't like they did it on purpose. Either life as a peasant family member involved constant adjustments to make do with what little resources were available. Your bed may have been damp and uncomfortable at times, but you're grateful for its simple familiarity when the night finally closes in around Ashwood Village's small cottages. The fire crackles softly outside your window now. It casts an ethereal glow through the grimy glass panes onto the thatched roof above, as if trying to warm up the chill of darkness. You listen closely, and for a moment or two you think you hear something else, perhaps Brother Thomas's restless shifting in his sleep. Or maybe just your own imagination playing tricks on you. Your eyelids grow heavy. Soon it will be time to give in to slumber once more. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.